trust me, son. You don't really want it. You step up, you will get beat down. Check. I'm strong-arming them, bomb harder and slaughter the common men. Conquering all combatants, compliments on my dominance. My prominence, leaving them petrified. They get the consequence of stepping high. Their opulence is set aside. My providence gets rectified. Check it, I'm the baddest man alive. Damn, it's planets with a jab, the savage beast will not survive. I'm the king. Set the swing on any thinking across of me. Next to blink, it's lost to me. Set them deep in the coffin, feet below the earth. Underground, my stomping ground. Thoughts would drown when I'm in town, rocking the ground with shock just by walking around. May they never rest in peace, but may I rest on them an inaudible requiem. Hit hard to the chest of them, I beckon them. Who want it? Standing on a mountain peak as the blood of my enemies drip from my fists to the heap at my feet. They want a beef, they getting grounded to oblivion. A synonym of sinister, the end is what I'm giving them. Yo, who want it? Knuckles clenched, blood drenched kid. Yo, who want it? Come stepping hungry, get fed. Yo, who want it? Hearing all the challenges called through the battles and brawl. I stand and they fall as they handle it. Yo, who want it? Knuckles clenched, blood drenched kid. Yo, who want it? Come stepping hungry, get fed. Yo, who want it? Hearing all the challenges called through the battles and brawl. I stand and they fall as I handle it. Yo, my haymaker, slave player, shake haters greater than a golden state. Quake or break the golden gate. Leave them in a swollen state. Holding weight that motivates the fake to go escape before I break and straight unload my hate until they face. Hold it, wait. Everything you own, I take. Edit in my enemies, no weaponry will slow my pace. Generous with genocide and those who standing in my way. Settle them like sediment. My throne is planted on their graves. Save your sympathy for homelessness and your meekness for holy rolls. Yo, I got a bone to pick and it's the femur of a former foe. Slow your roll. A genius with a mean fist and a potent goal. Hold your hope of beating me if suddenly you're feeling bold. Told you I'm a beast and you're the bottom of my food chain. Showed you I'm the chief and leave you rotten on my crusade. Hope you brought at least another option to amuse me. Quote me, I will feast upon your heart before you move. Yo, who want it? Knuckles clenched, blood drenched kid. Yo, who want it? Come stepping hungry, get fed. Yo, who want it? Hearing all the challenges called through the battles and brawl. I stand and they fall as I handle it. Yo, who want it? Knuckles clenched, blood drenched kid. Yo, who want it? Come stepping hungry, get fed. Yo, who want it? Hearing all the challenges called through the battles and brawl. I stand and they fall as I handle it. Yo, who want it? Knuckles clenched, blood drenched kid. Yo, who want it? Come stepping hungry, get fed. Yo, who want it? Hearing all the challenges called through the battles and brawl. I stand and they fall as I handle it. Jaw. Don't say I didn't warn you, son. Don't blame me when you get cut down. Should've known better.
Addy, thank you so much. Thanks so much for the sub. Oh god, you're almost to 38. I have to get that new alert ready. I have to make the new alert. I have 1 month to guarantee that it can be used. I'm afraid there's not much dirt in this game. We're kind of inside and it's metal. No, wait, there is dirt. We need dirt. You know what? Hi. Hello. Welcome, everyone. On Welcome Nonstick Pan Pan. I think we're about ready to go ahead and bring my friends on. Let me unmute. Here we go.
Hello!
Hello. Oh no, did Eclipse's internet thing fuck up again?
Yeah, unfortunately Eclipse's power supply went out.
Oh no.
A few minutes, like a minute ago.
Wah wah wah.
Eclipse has been having some power issues and hopefully she can still be on stream tonight.
Here's hoping.
I'm hoping. But we do have JD and Grief
Hello.
right off the bat.
Welcome back.
Shout out JD, who is also streaming its perspective. You can watch them.
My computer shorted again. So,
Okay. Do you think you're going to be able to stream? Or I mean, you're not hosting, so
We'll
if you get disconnected,
see.
it's not, you know.
yeah, I tried unplugging some other stuff in my room. Though I imagine it's probably a power supply issue.
Yeah, that's yeah, I hope you can get that fixed soon. That's, like, is it just doing that all the time?
No, it did it once a couple days ago, and
Now it's getting worse.
now it did it like twice in a row.
Yeah, that...
Hmm.
Yeah,
Did you have like a power outage or something that would fry
No.
the power cells?
No, because the lights are staying on.
Hmm.
Lights are staying on, fans staying on.
Well, I mean, did you have one previously that might have shorted something?
I don't think so.
Something that would cause it? I guess it could just be getting old.
Yeah. How much are power supply units usually? I don't even know how
Well,
to
not
afford one of
too
those.
bad nowadays.
I have no idea. I've never, like... I'm not even sure what the... Oh, you meant, like... The... Oh, for the computer specifically.
Yeah.
For some reason,
the-
I thought I
the
misheard you,
brick.
and I thought you meant, like... Like, your whole house, the power was just going out.
No.
Okay, that's,
Okay, they're like
that's less
100
bad, but that's
100.
still rough. But that, yeah.
I can probably get something if I need to.
That should hopefully be easy enough to fix. If they aren't expensive, I
Hopefully it's
guess.
just like something got loose, and you can just plug it back in.
Yeah, I tried just plugging it in really tight.
Anyway, we got more shout-outs. We also got Grief, who's here for the first time.
Hello!
And click all their names.
Right here to the dirt
Nonstick Pan Pan, thank you for the follow. You've solved
Oh my god,
the puzzle.
it's the dirt scientist.
Welcome, I'm new intern.
What the fuck? Oh, I just opened up Twitch's or Eclipse's Twitch page on accident. You know what I'm not opening on accident though?
I can't do that anymore. I got energy powder instead of an energy drink, so I can't crack open a cold one.
Alright,
you.
well, one moment.
I did that. I did the cool noise, and I immediately like moved something on my mic, and it probably sounded awful. I still have not bought that second monitor that y'all extremely generously funded. I'm still looking forward to it though, because having like being able to mount these things and have desk space is going to be great. I need to also at some point just get like a better mic, just a new mic. I don't know. I need to just look at like what's a decent mic people have, and not have this fucking. I've got this insane Amazon Basics thing on this like metal rig that clamps to my desk,
God.
and it's just like it was the thing where I saw it. I'm like, oh well, that looks professional. It's cheap, and now that I'm thinking about it, I'm like, what the fuck? Why did I buy this? I've seen like people who literally do stuff like this for a living, and the mic they have is like a thing that just sits on their desk in a little holder, and it's just normal. It's not like it's not like fucking positioned all crazy.
Yeah, I got a
Fair.
clamp. I got something similar to what you got.
Yeah, we got a mic arm.
Yeah,
I just have a blue snowball.
I guess I just. I mean, I guess it does help me since I do a lot of capture card stuff. So when I gotta reposition, but
Yeah.
still, this one's definitely janky and it wobbles and makes a lot of noise. Like I'll
Also
be like
Aspen,
looking at a
don't
VOD
worry.
or like trying to get a clip of something. I'll just be like, I'll hear like boom 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 in the background. I'm like, oh my god, how are people in my chat not screaming at me constantly about my mic
Good.
quality?
Good.
When they should be screaming about. Did y'all hear about this? It's the Walkman of the 21st century. It's called the PSP. That's what Sony's calling its new handheld gaming device.
Wow.
That sounds like bullshit to me. I think it's going to fail.
The button configuration is fashioned after the same layout we've seen for the PlayStation and PS2. It also includes a special analog pad for 3D movement.
That sounds overly complicated. I don't like it.
Oh shit. The proprietary Universal Media Disc, it's a small but high capacity optical disc that can store up to 1.8 gigabytes of data, including games, movies, and music. I'm gonna be completely real, that's more than I thought it could hold! I'm shocked the UMD can hold almost 2 gigabytes.
This is actually relevant considering, didn't they announce a new PSP just a few days ago?
Did they? No? I think I would have
think
heard
so.
of that.
Let me, hold on, I'm pretty sure they did.
Yeah, you better look into this. This is...
Sony's preparing a new PSP that will be able to play PS4 games.
Huh. Interesting.
It might be fake,
Oh,
but people are
shit.
talking about it as if that's something real.
Okay, that sounds
If
fake.
it's real, Sony is going to charge
Oh my god!
$100.
Oh my god. Hey, I mentioned this, I'm looking at the Tips and Tricks magazine I talked about last time, the one I bought for the River City Ransom EX guide. I forgot, this is the one, I was obsessed with this as a kid. There's a section in their Final Fantasy World spread, just like a thing they do, where they just talk about Final Fantasy shit. And it just talks about like the Square Enix mobile service that started in like 2004, where you get like a little like video chat avatar of the black and white mage, and you get points every month that you could use to buy the original Final Fantasy or other things. Like, I don't know, it just, this always stuck in my mind, just like when I was a kid, I was like, oh, I wish I had a cell phone, and I wish it could have this, that'd be so cool. So it's just kind of crazy, like, oh, that's in this issue? Damn.
I can't believe I never got to play the Nokia Oblivion.
That's so fucked up.
They got
I feel
FF7
like we messed
full
up.
price. This is sick.
Also, oh shit, gang, we just got a notification here. We just got a new follower on Twitter for the Easy Hitch Tailgate Table Company.
Nice.
So if we ever own a truck and want to attach a table to a tailgate, we know who to talk to.
I've said it before, I really want to do like a Tips and Tricks magazine stream. I think it'd be so fun, just like either the physical ones I own, or just go on the site I found that has a bunch of archives of them, and just look through them. I think that'd be
That'd
awesome.
be good, honestly.
I just got a bit donation in my chat, bringing up that Kingdom Hearts is on Steam now.
Oh yeah,
And I
that's
think
true.
people are going to peer pressure me into playing it.
You should, it's
Yeah,
good.
we've been DM'd about it by a pal of ours, so it's like, man, we're gonna have to actually make those streams happen. at
Join
some
the
point.
fucking club. I'm already way ahead of y'all. I'm all the way. I've beaten the first 3. I'm doing great.
But it's cringe.
It's not cringe. It's the one time you get to be like, Disney is cool and I'm feeling it. The fucking stuff they do with Tron, I don't know shit about Tron, and you can tell that in Kingdom Hearts
That's the
2... What?
I feel like that's unfair because Tron is already cool on its own.
Tron is cool on its own. I'm not saying Tron isn't cool, but it's like, it's such an obscure, weird thing, relatively speaking. It's a Disney movie, so it's not obscure, but you know what I mean. Like, compared to, like, you know, the 90s animated movies and shit. Like, it's a thing where you can tell it's only in there because they love it, and they went ham on its inclusion. And for the English dub, they got the guy who plays Tron, and he's doing an amazing job, and they're having so much fun with the character.
Fuck yeah.
It's like maybe the most moving part of the game for me. What about when Minnie Mouse sings a song with the real Elton John? That's cool. I don't know which thing this happens in. Oh my god. I can't look at this on stream, but
Yeah, it happened.
this is powerful. These are powerful images. I see Elton John in a Minnie Mouse costume. I see Elton John in this delightful pink outfit, hanging out with Minnie Mouse inside a crystal ball! I have to save this image. Hang on. I have to put this image on screen. He's got her trapped. Oh my god. Elton.
Sorry.
What have you done? What have you done?
Minnie
Let her
Mouse
out.
has been sent to the Elton John dimension.
I mean, she looks into it, and into him, but... She's trapped. How could this happen? Grief is slightly quieter.
Okay, we could be louder.
Let me turn Grief up a little bit. We are going to be using in-game voice chat. Oh, shit. I just noticed Eclipse vanished again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ugh. I'm hoping Eclipse can be here. Again, for anyone who
It's
just
only
joined
been
in...
like a...
Sorry?
It's only been like a week, and Eclipse was fine last time.
Yeah, but I
So
mean, Eclipse said that like it just suddenly started getting worse. That for anyone who just joined in late, Eclipse is having weird power supply issues with their computer. We are hoping it can be resolved on this stream, but if not, we might just have to truck on ahead. Normally, I would say like, oh, if we can't get everybody, we just shouldn't do it. But Eclipse has played more than twice the amount of this game that most of us have, so. It would, you know.
We played the tutorial and that's it.
That's all you, yeah. Eclipse like went
Nothing
ham
else.
on this game after our first stream. Like she dove in, and then when we were playing it again, she was like, "I wish I didn't do that. I wish I didn't do that." Let's get into it. Let's just dive right into it.
Let's get in.
I think we should immediately take Grief to Flat Hill.
You think
Sure.
right away?
Just make it solo it.
Sure.
That could be cool.
Why not? We've gone ahead and we've got your chat open, Kara, but we've paused the stream so that we see nothing.
That's
We're just
good.
staring at the Z Ranger vehicle. Ooh, it's
That's
lovely.
good. Yeah,
I
there's
say
not,
that,
there's
but
not anything
I
else.
assume Grief, you were watching us, won't you?
Nope.
Oh,
Not a bit.
okay.
Fuck.
We should
We
take Grief,
showed up
Grief
in
to
the
Flat
chat.
Hill.
We showed up in the chat
Come on,
one
kid,
time to say
I can't do this. I made it too weird. I gotta get out of here. I gotta get out of here.
No, all we did is no, I specifically was avoiding watching any of the streams of it specifically for this situation, so I could go in as blind as possible.
That's fair. We just found you in a box somewhere.
I'm the new intern. Hello, your portable box intern.
All right, chat. Let me know everything's looking and sounding fine. By the way, probably on Thursday. Thousand Year Door remake stream, because on Sunday's Daily Premonition stream, I literally just mentioned wanting to get that game, and then everyone threw money at me, and I was like, oh, okay, I can just buy it now.
Hell yeah.
People were like fucking dying to watch me play that. It was weird. I have not experienced that before. The word of science.
Just tell me when I'm good to join.
Oh yeah, it should be good.
Okay.
I'm gonna put the. That's the password for the server, and I'm gonna mute.
Make sure
on
you say it out loud.
I'm gonna mute on call now because we're gonna use in-game chat. All right, so here we are. Our beautiful little base, where I can never get over the fucking barricade. We've got Chip's Sanctuary, home to the brightest minds. We've got good Dr. Reverend Piss right here. JD's entering. There's JD. Hello.
Hello. Wait.
Do you have it again? Oh no. Oh yeah. You know what? But I can do it too. So, and I have a shield. So fuck you. Like, what are you gonna do? Oh yeah. Right now, Grief is probably setting up their character. So I think this time what I really want to do, and you know what, this maybe would make going back to Flat Hill good, is I want to make that thing that lets us get a pet, but we need nachos.
Sorry, someone just played Haunted Boobs ahead on my stream. What did you say?
I want to get a pet this time.
Oh yeah, we need nachos for that. Which we still have some nachos.
You're gonna feed me well.
I wonder what Grief is doing. Oh shit!
Ah, it's good to see you.
Grief, welcome. Oh yeah, there's push to talk, which you may or may not want to turn off. Better find that button.
Also, you might not have the right mic.
Better find that button, quick.
Ah! No! No!
Let me tell you something. When you wake up in the morning, you have a choice to be an angel or a devil.
You gotta be fucking kidding.
Hello.
Hello, there you are.
There we are. Yeah, it was the wrong mic.
All right. So what's your character's deal?
I'm an intern.
Oh yeah?
I'm here for dirt science. You see, that was my field of study. It was dirt.
Nice. What kind of
I got gardening.
what perks and stuff did you take?
Let me double check that. Gardener, hobbyist, chef. I'm afraid of violence. I have such dry skin.
Okay, hello.
Hello.
Being afraid
Hello.
of violence is gonna be rough.
Yeah, you're gonna get scared.
And I attract attention 45% faster.
Nice.
But I can carry things.
Well, welcome to Chip. I keep wanting to call it Chip's Chalice. It's Chip's Sanctuary. You know what? I'm gonna call it Chip's Chalice. I'm changing the name.
This is Chip's Chalice. Very well. This man is dead. Oh no.
Yeah,
he
he's been
didn't-
dead since
he
like the
didn't make
first
it.
day. Don't worry about him.
Okay.
This is Chip's Chalice now. There we go. Chip's Chalice. That's better.
You know, when I think about it, I honestly think that this game shorted the last time I played this, so it may just be this game, which is
Really?
mysterious.
Strange.
Oh, this is our crafting bench, storage.
Does that rumbling happen normally?
Yeah, I mean,
Okay.
shit's fucked in the place right now.
Well, as long as it's fine.
We got food over here and gardening. JD kind of runs the garden. I want to farm at some point probably,
We got
but
kind of fucked last time,
Oh.
but
Yeah.
Oh,
that's
yeah.
stuff that's alive.
Good.
that
Oh,
shouldn't
my
be here.
Fucking god.
It's
There we
bad that that's here. Yeah, you're gonna wanna get a sharp thing.
I'm
To,
going to slap it.
There
we
we
got
I
go.
need
meat.
to make more gun ammo.
Oh, this is like a whole. Well, okay. Let's just keep this closed for now. Let's just not worry about that.
Okay.
We got vending machines in here. We put
Dirt.
water in here.
How lovely.
Hey, where'd that guy
This
go?
fellow I put here specifically for the
Hey, what
plants,
happened to him?
Oh,
He left.
He just left?
That's fine.
Okay. I guess it's
that's
fine.
fine.
He's
Okay.
allowed to leave. He is clearance 3.
We got turlets. We got a kitchen.
There used to be a guy here. He's gone now.
Oh, okay.
Grief, I'm giving you the
Oh,
damn
those
tour.
bathrooms over here that you should probably know.
That's right. There's turlets
food in
over
the
there.
fridge.
Over
Bathrooms
here,
over
you've
here.
got you got the kitchen. Through there.
Some of this water is toxic or like tainted, so you be careful what you.
Oh, don't worry. That's fine.
We've also
bedroom
got
is through here.
our living. So we got soup here. That's where we
This
keep
is
the
the
racks
soup
of
zone.
soup and our little bobblehead.
We have unfortunate spacemen.
We have unfortunate spaceman, the arcade machine. Yep. We do have that. Sleeping quarters, and then kitchen again.
And then this loops back around to the kitchen.
And that's basically it. There's some other extra rooms we just don't go in because we don't need to go in there. But
Like the freezer, where there's almost always a creature. There's no creature. Oh, wait, is there?
I don't know. I've got it.
Oh, yeah.
I,
there is.
I see a
Yep.
creature.
Can't get past this warning sign though.
There we
It's
go.
a bit
Let's-
cold in here.
Colder and I'll be homeostatic.
So let's get you some shit. Come on over here.
Okay.
So go ahead and just help yourself to whatever's in armor, the two armor things, the two weapon and tool things. Just whatever you need. And if you want to grab some medicine, that's over in the sleeping area. And if you want food, there's a couple of refrigerators over there, and there's soup in there. Oh, I should make you a soup thing.
Yeah,
Hang
make
on.
Grief a soup bowl. I'm also gonna make a. Do we have more pots?
We're out of staplers.
Oh yeah, we gotta go on a stapler run. The when you feed the guy, he sometimes gives you staplers. I learned that recently.
Really? Okay, hang on. I'm gonna make a vacuum for Grief.
He mostly gives you pens though.
Here we go.
He loves pens.
Chat, everything looking and sounding good?
Who doesn't
Pens
love
are his
pens?
favorite treat. Right. I might fill it up first.
Alright, Grief, I am making you a delightful tool here. You're gonna love this.
All right.
This is your own vacuum. It's on the floor.
Vacuums.
Use this to just gather items way easier. You'll need to recharge it, but it's one of the best tools in the game. Oh, you've already got yourself a bunch of gear. That's
Nice.
good. Yeah, take that vacuum.
Vacuum? Oh, goody.
There you go.
I'm going to collect so many dirt
You
sacks.
will. You will.
Yes.
Hang on. There's something in here I need to kill.
Oh, my.
Did the portals get reset the last time we played at the end? I'm trying to remember.
I don't remember.
Okay. When they do,
Kill it, kill it,
go
Grief.
and get us some more stuff from.
I've done it.
Carve it up for that meat.
Flat
Good.
My arm hurts.
Yeah, you might want to. You got
They'll be okay.
Well, yeah.
Okay.
Stream could look better. Maybe put some Van Gogh paintings in the corners. Oh, that'd be beautiful. It'd be gorgeous. We gotta go back one day. I don't know what this one is. This one could be good or bad.
I'm cooking some pastry.
Okay.
It's a delicious treat.
Oh, we need to get a walkie-talkie for Grief as well. Shit.
What? I heard
Oh
my
yeah, we
name.
do.
Here you go. I'm making it now. Here, Grief. One more thing for you. This is crucial.
What's that?
Put this, and this is another thing to put in your little item belt there. It's a walkie-talkie. So, yeah,
Alright.
that'll be important.
Okay.
I think you got a light. You have a light source on you.
Nope. I have a knife.
All right. Well,
Human a walkie-talkie.
we got lights in here. We got all kinds of stuff.
I'll take a flashlight.
Yeah. Oh, there's an extra pipe club in there you could take if you wanted. Oh, take the soup bowl out of weapons and tools. You're gonna want that. You're gonna want to take that and scoop up some soup because that'll keep you all full up out there.
By the way, Grief, don't be alarmed. The lights are going to go down soon.
Oh right, yeah, it is getting to be
I'll
late.
do my best to not be alarmed.
We do need to get Grief a bed.
We do. We need a couch. Can we? You know what? Fuck it. Let's go. JD, you and me. Let's go. Couch quest. Let's go. Speed run. There's probably a ton in the office. Hey y'all! There's a man out here. There's like a plague doctor out here.
Oh shit.
Out where?
Also,
Where
be
are you?
careful out here, Grief. I forgot we have a million traps set up. Hang on, I'm sneaking.
Should
Stay
believe
down,
this.
stay down, stay down. I'm observing.
Stay away.
Okay, he said stay away. I think I'm just gonna lure him into a trap and he's gonna die.
No, he's running. He's running.
He's running? Okay. Should we
He's
just
running
leave him
away.
there?
Get him.
Get
Leave the
him.
trail.
Eclipse that shoot.
Yo, what? He's dropping This is like Metal Slug. He's like that girl in Metal Slug. He's just dropping items.
Hit him and make a hack.
Do we need to kill this man?
I guess we do.
He's not doing anything to us. Well, now he is.
Yeah.
I feel like we brought this on ourselves.
Into a fine
Oh
cloak.
shit.
I feel like we're the bad guys here now.
Got him.
I don't
got a
feel
rat skin.
Can't be
amazing
the
about
bad
what
guys.
we've
There's
done.
no good guy left.
Well, can I carve him?
I scanned
Yeah,
rats, I think.
Got him up.
Okay, well now we have a human skull and
And a human
Ah!
arm.
Grief, you're gonna want to get back now.
It's dark.
It is dark.
We should pick up. Did we pick up all the stuff that you dropped?
I got
Oh yeah, the good time to use the vacuum.
Get out of here.
Any colder and I'll be homeostatic.
It's cold.
We got robots. I'm gonna lure one into a thing.
Yeah, something I learned.
Oh fuck, we
is
can't
that,
because
like,
these are down. Right.
You need a lot of metal over the course of the game, and the robots are a really good way to get that.
I think the shock traps might still be on.
Okay, who wants to help me kill this robot over at the shock traps?
Also, I found just a CPU that we didn't pick up last time.
Nice.
Be careful, Brave.
Ow. Ow.
Oh no.
That's not good.
Hang on, I'll try and get you. Yeah, someone get free. Can someone get free?
Okay, hang on.
No worries, I'm closer to the dirt
I got the
this
robot.
way.
Just
It's
get free.
easier to study.
You gotta stay alive. Melody says anything that happens to us now is our fault, and I think I agree. I think we did just... I don't even know... That guy wasn't even hostile. He warned us to go, and...
He's with the Order. I don't trust them.
He could have just killed the... I don't know anything about them yet. You only know because you have the future sight.
That's true.
All vacant perforations.
Wow, that was easy.
2.
Did we do anything, like, special, or...
No, I just baited him with the spear.
Oh, you still have to carve them?
I did shoot him with a gun, which I guess would probably help.
I was also shooting him with a gun.
Drinking the soda.
I was not shooting him.
Yum.
Alright, let's, I need to get washed up here.
If we want to get more energy cells, we
Disgusting.
can go back to the portal.
Oh,
Covered in gunk.
Okay, well, let's get Grief a bed first. I'm
only
gonna
part
go,
of it
yeah,
is
we
my
should
I'm gonna
blood.
go
Okay.
Grief find a bed, so let's,
Those are made.
Oh, look, it's the pervert!
Oh, there's a pervert.
Check this guy out, Grief. He sucks. He's the
give
fucking
him some
worst.
treats.
He comes out like this, and I mean, you'll hear him. He won't eat soup?
You're a real pal, you know that?
I need to punish him.
Thanks for the num-nums, pal.
Oh, he is.
I actually genuinely don't know.
Melody
what
said Eclipse is
this
like,
guy-
that guy's Episcopalian, kill him.
Yeah, pretty much.
See?
Wow, you're really raising the bar.
What?
We got pins.
He dropped pens.
I need to know
I
what
sent
the
him back
fuck
5
that guy
sodas and
is.
gave me pins.
He's cool. He's normal.
I don't
Okay.
like him.
He's a weird pervert.
He
I
is.
don't like him.
Alright, I'm going up to the office. I'm going to the office area to just see if I can scope up a couch. Everyone's gone. Hey, I'm noticing a lot of characters are not around. He's my coworker? I don't know. He says something about, like, we've all got larvae to feed.
I'm assuming Flathill changed something.
There are new characters coming to get you.
I'm safe, actually, I'm normal.
What difference does it make if the hill is flat or not?
What's this?
You'll see.
You know what they say, the flatter the hill, the more the creatures.
No, you don't see me, you don't see me. They see me.
I've never heard that.
I'm fucked, I'm fucked!
You'll hear it
Did you
soon.
actually go off to go find a couch? Well, you.
Yeah, that was a mistake, that was a mistake, that was a mistake, I'm coming back. Oh. Good thing this ramp is here. Good thing this rope is here. I'm back. I got attacked by robots and ghouls, so I just came back.
Yeah, that's fair.
Welcome back.
I need to rest my body. I need to have some soup.
I also need to rest my body. I'm gonna quickly do that. I could probably run for a
I need
cat.
more soup, actually. What do we got? We got tomato, pest goulash.
Oh, that was fast.
That was
still don't
fast. I
see.
do want to lie down and recover my bones, though.
Yeah.
My body is battered. Shit.
See, I think what's funny is that I think that my computer might have been shorting from the main menu of Abiotic Factor, and I don't know why.
That's really weird.
That's no good. I have been noticing some weird, like, optimization issues since the last update. It's like,
Yeah.
the first time we streamed this, I didn't drop any frames, and now I'm
Strange.
dropping, like, quite a few.
I don't know.
I'm having, like, encoding issues.
Most
could
baffling
eat.
behavior. That guy?
Fuck them up.
It's meat.
By the way, one of these fridges
Oh, yeah,
is like
so get a
full of
kitchen
cooked
knife and
meat
cut
if
that
you just
guy
want
up.
any.
Don't
Yeah,
worry.
yeah.
I have a knife. I just cut that guy up.
I can. Hey, I can scrap a skull to get a brain.
Yes.
I'm glad
yeah,
we killed that
ma-
man now.
That makes perfect sense to me.
We now have a human brain.
See, I stopped doing the voice for a bit, and now I feel like Reef is gonna make me do the voice again.
Don't you find this all rather
Honestly,
fascinating?
at this point, we don't know if we can stop doing the voice. If we
Shouldn't
try,
we try to capture
Look at this. Look what I have. Everyone come
that's
look.
a human brain.
That's a human brain. Check it out.
Can we cook it?
Oh, fuck. What if we cook it?
Let's
Oh.
cook it.
The forbidden
Because we put it in
recipe.
soup at the very least.
Oh, shit.
Let's
Eclipse's
make it
thing.
soup.
Fucked up again. You cannot cook this. Now, here's the thing. I can't eat it.
Soup.
I could eat this.
You could put it in soup.
It would apply brain drain if I ate it. Don't even think about it, is the quote on it. I'm gonna put this in the fridge. We might need this.
I'm going to eat it when Caro isn't looking.
You probably shouldn't eat the brain.
Wouldn't it be fantastic to get some pure readings for a change?
Don't worry, Caro. I'm not going to eat the brain.
You don't need to eat the brain. We have tons and tons of cooked meat in there.
Yeah, don't worry. I'm not going to eat the brain.
Okay.
I'm going to eat the brain.
Don't
When
eat the
Caro's
brain.
away.
You don't
I'm
know.
eating the
You
brain.
don't know what'll happen.
I'm gonna eat it. Caro,
All right. Well, we'll find out what brain drain does in a second, I guess. Fuck. I'm so bad at shitting. Never mind. I'm good. I'm a little radioactive from being near the fridge. We need to see if there's a fridge that like blocks radiation. That'd be really useful. That or set up a fridge for all the raw meat, the alien meat, and put it in an area that you only go into in a hazmat suit. Okay, but I think I'm good now. I'm gonna go on a couch hunt. Let's get Grief a couch so we
Why
can
is the
make
fridge
the road bed.
named Sex?
What'd you say?
Why is the fridge named Sex? That's my question.
I don't know what Grief's talking about. Sometimes people just come onto your stream and they, without asking, and they just say things.
Doesn't the shape of the raw pest
Fuck was
kinda
that? Oh!
do something for you?
Well, yes, that goes without saying.
Fucker. Die, fucker. Die, fucker 3. Got the left click. No! Oh my god. I am in horrible shape, but there is free floor steak. And free drumstick.
I'm
Okay.
having a terrible time.
I'm coming back for a syringe. I got really fucked up trying to use some skills on aliens. I was trying to train throwing and I got my ass beat.
We need some saltines. Some little stuff.
Okay.
This is basically a saga game. You just gotta use your skills.
That's not an actual thing. Wait, why would somebody put saltines in the fridge?
I don't know. Who put brains in the fridge?
So, what are we doing?
I'm making some
I'm
nets.
distinctly deliquescent.
Making some nets because I want some nets.
Alright, well, I'll tell you this. I am going to... Would you prefer I hop out or, just go sleep somewhere if I'm running away?
You stop out because like your character will get hungry and stuff.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to actually hop out then.
Okay, you gotta go.
We gotta go pick up our wife from work.
Oh shit.
And then we'll be back for a bit.
Fuck
Don't
yeah.
worry, we're
Who
not done yet.
Threw up here. Who did this?
The brain was a bad idea.
Yeah,
Anyways,
what's
bye.
brain drain do? Can you tell me while you've got it?
Well, you see it on the floor, don't you?
Yeah, but I want to check your like debuffs. I want to know what brain drain does.
Hang on.
Because I'm not gonna eat a human fucking brain.
You gain extra experience.
What? Maybe I will eat a brain! Yo!
It's great. Alright, goodbye.
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 That's so cool that Grief ate a brain.
I'm trying to eat a brain.
Now hopefully we'll get Eclipse back. Oh, looks like Eclipse is back. I thought this monster was like a skeleton that was running around in here. I mean, the figure, I thought it was like gonna get me. Why do we have a human arm in here? I guess that's first aid in a sense. The working wifer. You know, I'm fingers crossed that I don't show up to Best Buy on Thursday and they're like, actually, your copy is gone, because there's been a lot of talk of those pre-orders getting fucked up, and I would like to own that physically. So we'll see. Ideally, I'll get to stream the game Thursday. Might have to wait. All right. I'm still gonna go look for a couch because we could use an extra bed. After that, I guess I don't know. I don't know what we should do because we don't have Eclipse right now. Does Eclipse say anything else in? No, Eclipse doesn't say anything else in Discord.
Last time we know we need to go to manufacturing.
Yeah, that's like the big thing. We could do that. We could start. Didn't we find some other area that we could start exploring?
Probably.
I'm gonna squash some fuckers. I need to build my throwing stat
more.
more.
A little bit to see if I can remind myself the layout of some of this stuff.
I hear something. Here. I hear it hurtling. The offices are full of free drumsticks. Here we go. Something sees me. Nope. Nothing sees me. Computer parts, delicious for me. Oh, it's this fucking thing. Okay, Eclipse is back. Fuck.
Hey, those are a lot of
Good hit.
dogs now.
Yeah, I think we've sort of like
I'm back.
leveled up the world by progressing.
Hello, I've returned.
Oh god, where is it? Where is it?
What are y'all up to?
Welcome back.
I'm fighting a man. I'm fighting an alien man. Because apparently these are just everywhere now. Oh my god. This fucking Vortigaunt ass creep. Did I get him? No, still alive. That's right, bitch!
My computer was like against the wall a little bit, so I decided to kind of turn it 30 degrees, maybe see if it's a
I've been hurt!
I also have
I've been hurt!
I have HW info on it.
They have to save me, they have to save me!
Just so I can watch the,
These guys look cool.
the current temperature.
Their arm. I just think they got like mushroom weapons. Who's gonna save me? Who's gonna save me? Are they just leaving me like this? Maybe this guy will be my new friend. Can they not see the, like... I don't hear them on the radio, like, oh shit, hero's down. No one's yelling. No one...
Oh shit.
All of you could have saved me and you chose to do nothing!
I didn't see you. Sorry, I was
You
watching
chose to
my-
do nothing!
Where are you? Where are you?
I'm alive now, I'm just going to get my stuff back.
Caro.
Oh, I'm alive now, I'm like going back to where I died. I'm gonna finish the fight. I'm gonna freeze this fucker, watch this.
That's a different franchise.
Prepare to drop.
Prepare for Titanfall.
Did I shatter him? Fuck! I didn't have enough stamina to sprint it all the way over here. Damn it.
So I'm thinking of maybe hitting up Flat Hills.
Fuck.
I don't know if anyone wants to join me. Because it did reset.
I'm getting my ass kicked.
I was
Where's
trying
my...
to find my way back, though.
Yeah, you wanna go to the red floor. I believe it's floor 3.
Yeah.
There we
I'm
go.
at the elevator now,
Through
just
the
wasn't walking for some reason.
How is this guy not dead? I'm throwing countless spears at him.
Okay, yeah,
There we
yeah,
go.
gets you back down to life. Conveniently.
Cool. I am probably just gonna try and sprint through it.
Whew.
This time, just because I wanna
Spear,
just get
please.
stuff.
It is broken. I gotta fix this. I got one of those big fucking alien guys up here, but I can't carve him because I broke my spear. Wait, what if can I make a shiv?
Bad.
No, I don't have pins. I thought I had pins. It's a makeshift backpack.
Just this.
That's a loud guy.
I killed the alien on the way to the gate, so it should be clear.
Oh, Jesus. Okay, well that's sneaking around him. I'd love to have my
Yeah,
nets,
making
but...
my way further now. I'm seeing if there's maybe an easier route that I can
There's
use. I
so
don't
many
think
of these
there
guys
is.
around. This is so hard. Wait, can I climb down here? Yes, get me out. I'm safe.
Okay, heading in. I do have a bunch of aliens following me. Right.
There's a guy. I see another
Okay,
backpack man. I'm gonna, I guess, murder him. Backpack boy! Backpack boy! No? Oh well. So sad. I'll take wood. God, I'm gonna run into one of those. We should not have them in the dark. That's such a bad idea. Okay, let's get in here.
JD. I'm in the realm.
Sorry, I'm just
Use
doing
one of
some
these.
inventory stuff.
Oh, no worries.
Juice me up. Heal my wounds.
Yeah, the main things that I want to get here
I'm
are
leaving all my
magazines.
weapons since there's nothing to really fight
I'm gonna
with
do
well,
Q.
so
Q is
Yeah,
everything.
that's understandable.
I will have to come back to get that when we're done.
What are y'all doing?
Yeah. We're popping into Flat Hills.
Oh shit. Nice. Oh, I am
Yeah, the main
hungry
things
for
that I'm thinking we should get are magazines, I guess nachos, canned peas, and power cells, obviously.
Gotta fix this. I will keep hunting for a couch. Oh yeah, get them nachos. Get them nachos so I can have my pet. My beautiful little guy. I need that. Wait. They
Oh, this also has respawning cooking pots. I didn't even think about that.
Wait, y'all are in there right now?
Yeah, I'm in there.
Kind of weird the radio still works.
Yeah, I know that they said that they might be eventually limiting walkie-talkies a little
I
bit.
hope they do that, because as much as I wanted walkie-talkies, that does not make sense. You're like somewhere else on Earth right now. You're not even in the
Yeah.
At
building.
least make the walkie-talkies like suck when you're in there.
Yeah, they should do something. Get some of that lethal company tech. Make it cool.
Or you should need to like apply like an XOR heart to your walkie-talkie to make it like cross-dimensional.
Yeah, like something,
Maybe
that'd be
some
cool.
other stuff.
I'd love that. Okay, just, you know what?
Stapler.
Grab a bunch of shit.
I love
Oh my god, I need duct tape and plastic. Let's scrap a bunch of these. Can I not? Can you not do like a ton at once?
I think we'll good-ish.
Why can I not mass? Maybe that's an upgrade to like do a bunch of items at once. Give me plastic. Okay, I need paper? Really? Oh, I do need magazines for that. Okay. It would be great if this could pull from the thing. There we go, all topped off.
You want out? Of course you want out. Like them, the giants. You are trapped here. But shut down the devices. Your devices. Remove the power cells. 1, 2, 3.
1,
You'll
2,
have
3.
your way out. But what then? When you've opened your door, what then? Hey?
What are my stats doing?
Is this guy supposed to be kind of doing like a G-Man cadence?
I kind of want to do sneak attacks. That'll be useful. No, I almost got my throwing up. I want throwing 5. I want throwing 5. That's what I want. And you want it. Chat, how are y'all doing? Everyone's week going all right so far? Alright, let's not get murdered this time. Do I want to buy... I think I do want to buy more of these. I'll buy a few slushies. Make some bombs. It's so funny how if you actually eat these, you just get the ice effect on you. Wait. Am I not going? Hey. Come on. Slide into that non-existent dollar slot. That's funny that can happen. Chef hat. We don't need it. You know what? I should deal with that guy up there. What do I normally put there? Don't remember what I normally have there. God, I'm so cool with this gun. Oh! This might be bad at this point in the game. Hey, the air is feeling weird, and considering what's just running around normally now, I'm afraid of what that's going to be like with me here by myself.
You'll be fine.
I might not want to go home tonight, but I might have to. Okay, gun is strong. Give me what you got. Feeling powerful. Another one of my nets. Oh my god, I just threw these all over the place, didn't I? I'm not even seeing the dogs anymore. Oh no, that... Hey, you know what? So long as we're here. So long as we're here, everybody. I want this. But, more importantly, just a reminder, everybody. See, this needs to stop. Ready.jpg. Keep it in mind. Huge filing cabinets. Not seeing couches. There's gotta be something around here. Where did I kill that guy? Was it? Sneak up on him. Okay, let's hit him with some of these. Fuck yeah, he ain't gonna like that. Give me my spear. Oh, I'm ready for you. Fuck yeah, look at that. You get out of here. No one cares. Oh. Just scraps. Did the other body disappear? You know, I almost feel like it's easier to sneak around these humanoid guys. Like, they aren't sensing me the same way the dog ones do. Speaking of... Turn around. Turn around, dog. There we go. That's what I want. Now I can do sneak attacks. Shit. Come on. Come on. Ooh. Doing alright. Oh, fuck! I'm not getting killed by these. By these two fuckers. Alright, well, that's all my nets. Their carbuncle. How y'all doing in there?
Eclipse crashed again, but I'm doing okay.
I get a lot of experience for throwing at these. A little. I'm losing a lot of damage on it though, but I want to get it. I've finally leveled up stealth to 2, so I can do sneak attacks now. I should probably head back.
Okay, so I'm still in Flat Hill. I'm back though.
Ooh, thanks.
Welcome back.
Oh,
Been up
shortcuts aren't reset. That's good to know. That's useful information.
I was going to mention, I haven't had issues in the past with my PC with like my power button being too sensitive. I don't know if that could be anything related to your issue, but it might be something you could check.
Oh crap.
I can use water.
Like rather than
Anyone out
coming
there?
out of the power supply, the button going in.
No fun secrets here. Alright, let's head back.
Hey, shitty.
Fuck. Wait, does it not see me? Okay.
We gotta go. Oh, there are couches down there.
I have 11 magazines.
Okay.
I forgot it can come inside.
Oh
yeah, go in
no.
here.
I'm starting to get a little radiated.
I kinda wanna try and juke him and get one of those couches.
Yeah, I'm not having any luck with the couches up here.
I turned down all the settings for the game, and honestly, it doesn't look that bad.
Let's get all this stored away.
Still,
I
it's
have
pretty
all my
good.
stuff set to low. I'm still dropping frames for some reason.
Yeah.
Did I kill you? Come
But
on.
again, the first time we played this, I streamed it on like everything on Ultra, and it was fine. So there's definitely something they changed.
These fucking guys. Well, I gotta repair a bunch of shit already. Alright. Another lovely chair here.
Power down momentarily.
Oh.
If you have not already evacuated
Uh-oh.
the facility, consider this your top priority. Have a wonderful and productive evening.
Ooh. Uh-oh. Don't like this, don't like this. Real quick. Give me metal.
Sorry, I was getting a drink. You good?
No worries. Yeah, how are Kara and Grief, how are you two doing?
Grief already left.
Purple things are manifesting within our home. I'm gonna start locking down for the night.
Alrighty. Oh, there's a storm.
Yeah.
Storm. Yeah.
I'm gonna make sure all the doors are shut and as little can happen as possible.
I'm gonna grab some of these pins downstairs before I jump.
Aye, aye.
I'm going to take one of these, take these. I'll take one of these as well.
I almost kind of prefer, like, the graininess of the game on low. Perhaps that's a bit of a, you know, nostalgia for no anti-aliasing talking, but I do like the way it looks.
I mean, if we're going for the Half-Life 1 aesthetic, it matches.
Quick
Yeah.
wash in. Okay, well, one guy's appearing in here. That's not good, but should be fine.
Coming in, we've collected nachos, or
I'm
people
gonna
have
rest,
collected nachos.
cover my wounds a little bit. Here we go. We just wait a little bit. Okay, here we go. It's beginning. This shouldn't be open.
I assume the light value is locked from the inside.
Oh, there's gonna be a bunch of them, huh? I don't have any bullets left.
I don't know.
Why can I see your beeper?
I died at one point in another realm, and it's, they're, like, physically located relative to each other, the different dimensions. It's kind of weird.
Okay. I think we're okay here. Yeah, it's just little fuckers again.
Wasn't the...
Oh, no.
I think that shortcut was when I saw it.
Yeah, it's right here.
It's just the little guy
I could've
still,
sworn
that's
that
fine.
was
You can
shut
handle
when I
that.
looked at it.
It was shut but not locked.
I guess I should have looked a little closer. Hey, that's good because fucking light value sucks.
Yeah, it seems like you really easily just run straight through this place, like, if you just need the power cells.
Okay, there was a dog this time, but it was mostly just little guys, and I've taken care of it.
Good job.
Did I accidentally break down my weapon? I really hope I didn't. Oh, please tell me I didn't.
We've entered the Flat Hill facility.
Can I, like, stick it with me? I don't... I throw it and forget to... I threw it and forgot to pick it up, didn't I? Didn't I? Didn't I do something like that? Whatever. I'll just make a new one. But I need a standing lamp! If one of y'all finds a standing lamp, grab it. I think I threw my spear somewhere and forgot to pick it up in the chaos.
Let me see if there's one in this space.
Oh.
I've seen lots of desk lamps. I haven't seen a standing one yet.
Had to have done that before I got home. Like out here. Is there another one? Oh, there is another one. What the fuck?
Oh!
Go. I can't believe I'm not one-shotting these things with the club.
Like you were taking damage. What was that?
There we go. What's my blunt melee doing? Oh, almost up. It doesn't really get anything till I max it out. Okay. Still not strong enough.
Attention. This sector is under precautionary security measures. Please remain in place.
Why do I hear like a
Wait
robot or
for
something?
security assistance.
Strange, mysterious. My friends are off having a crazy portal adventure, and I'm just here looking for fucking couches and my spear, but definitely not gonna find them. Fuck that. Fuck that. Fuck whatever that is. Let's just ignore it. Let's just go the other way. Just go away from whatever that is. Man, I can't believe I lost my spear. Whoa. What's your problem? No, you're gonna die. You're gonna die now. Come on, come hit me. Come hit me. Fucking prick. Rat scan. Interesting. An ornamented device built for scanning something in the environment. It isn't immediately clear. It should make a decent whacking stick, though. Okay. I got a rat scanner off of one of those gas mask guys.
What do you get?
A rat scanner.
Oh, yeah. I think Grief had one of those.
Let me drop some scrap somewhere. Who knows? Oh, it's just boring when my friends aren't around. Oh, how'd we miss this?
Alrighty, I'm back.
Thank God, I'm getting bored with y'all gone. I want to go check out the new areas and get a spear again. I hate not having one.
Yeah. Well, we got some stuff that should be useful for our incursion.
I can't remember where anything is. Oh, I would love it if this guy would... Well, wait, does he even have bullets? This guy might just have beer and nachos in there. No, there's a canned peas! That's Grandpa Bubby's canned peas! And a flashlight. I mean, I'll take it. Alright, what am
I got a standing lamp for you, Caro, and I got a couch as a bed for JD. Or for Grief, sorry.
Fuck, yes. I'm gonna harvest some plants and water some plants. How do I water these? Just with the bottle?
If you get a water bottle and look at the like the actual soil of the thing and tap F. Make sure you tap F. Don't hold F.
Got it. Okay, I'm getting some agriculture. Look at that. That's nothing, but I'm helping.
You know this electric tubing whenever we come back from Flathill?
You've been
I
coughing
wonder
up
if
blood,
that
right?
will be
Courtney!
Swag.
Thank you so much. 8 months. Thank you so much for the
What's
sub.
giving?
It's like red wiring under the place that you spawn in
Oh.
when you get back from the place.
Huh. One of the super tomato plants is dead, by the way.
Oh yeah, like half my plants are dead.
Sad.
Hey, I watered some of them. Also, I got some seeds. Oh shit, they destroyed our gardening bag, I think.
A bunch of them died the first time we went to Flathill.
I'll make a new storage thing.
Perhaps I'm getting a little too endothermic.
Is it time for more science?
Oh, hell yeah!
Wait, hang on, I have something for you, Caro.
Yeah?
Standing lamp.
Thank you.
Perhaps I'm getting a little too endothermic.
Perhaps I'm getting a little bit too endothermic. I'm always saying this.
This is Dr. Derek Mance. As our understanding of perforation technology grows, we've discovered new facets of its physical laws.
Have we seen this one?
One of the most fascinating is temporal tethering.
Maybe.
Each entry to an antiverse seems to start a timer, which resets after a given
Oh
period.
yeah, he's just talking about that.
As though a band of time stretches before snapping back to its origin. I'm confident we will understand this phenomenon in time, but until we do, it violates a dozen scientific principles.
Oh, where's Grief? Rafe, I have something for you. A bed.
Oh boy.
My beautiful
A bed.
spirit.
Place that wherever you like, ideally like in this zone.
Welcome
I'll
back.
put it next to my other bed.
Oh, you've 2 beds. Oh shit. I didn't realize that. Wait.
We just found a makeshift bed. Came in here, so we just took it.
Oh wait, whose bed? Oh right, that was
I'm making
Well, now that
this.
Grace is here, we
I'm
have to
making
go back to
this.
Flat Hill.
Well, it's ours now.
This is true. Oh yeah, right. I'm carrying heavily radioactive power cells. Let me put those away. There we go.
Now it's my turn to garden. Can I, like, fertilize it with this? No. I'm gardening.
Clean water.
Check this out. I'm gardening. I'm putting this in. I'm gonna water it.
As a gardener, yep, that's right. That's how it works. You put it in the dirt, and you water it. It's that easy.
I think that's
You
good.
understand the ways of dirt, and I think that's beautiful.
Dirt is all I know.
Okay,
the
it
ways
shows you
of.
if it's got water, I guess. Okay.
Better sip my soup. More soup.
Put this away.
How do I shake the
This
vending machine? I guess
away.
I can. Yeah, I think I need more strength. Hang on, I'm just gonna carry with this for a second.
I'm gonna use one of these. I've earned it. I've earned it. Alright, well, I'm gonna go carve up that guy outside.
Okay, I'm doing strength training.
Fuck yeah. Oh, he's gone. I think something dragged him off. Yeah, you can't carve that guy up, sadly.
Oh, I was really hoping I
What do you-
could.
metal. I want some metal. I want to repair mine.
No?
I wanted to carve that guy up.
Oh, I might have most of the metal on me because I'm using it for strength training.
Oh, I'm good. I got
Okay.
enough.
Okay. Cool.
Magazine. There. No, it's not basic material. That is object. Okay. Oh.
Am I able to butcher the guy in the kitchen?
You can't. He won't come apart either. Sadly.
Oh,
I
what
wish he
the
would.
fuck?
I would love to chop him up, but
I want him to relinquish his brain.
we all do.
Yeah, he's just kind of a corpse.
Damn you.
Gain recipe for anomalous compost. Interesting.
What XP do I actually need? 200. I need like 600.
Who are you?
Don't.
There's a dog outside.
Don't worry about that. You know what? If you open the door, you know what? Open the door.
Okay. Hi, dog.
I leveled up throwing from that. Fuck yeah. Did you get a gun?
What? No, I didn't do
They
anything.
didn't give you a gun? No, okay.
I didn't do anything at all. I opened the door and the
All
man
right.
died. I'm butchering him.
Thief,
Fuck.
did you kill somebody?
Ooh.
No, actually, I opened the door, Caro threw a spear, and then it exploded.
Hell yeah.
Kevin,
Well, I
did you
shot
kill
it in the
guy?
head from a distance.
Oh, come on. Come on. I thought it was all me and my cool spear. I leveled up throwing and everything.
I got alien meat.
Yeah, stick it in the fridge. Either of them.
Okay.
Alright. Well, we've got all our stuff now. Should we go check out the new area?
I need to do some stuff because I'm just now getting back to base.
Okay.
Okay.
I need to put some of this stuff away, and then I need to go back and get my gun, which I left at the entrance.
Cool. And then we can go into West
Where are the splints? Did I fuck up the inventory?
Medical's in the.
Oh no, I know, but I mean like they were
Food.
there were like 2 in there. Oh, I put them in here somehow? How'd that happen?
Kara, there's been a request in chat. Can you look at me?
Oh, I can feel my proteins denaturing.
I'm training.
Hey, can you go to sleep? Can you go to sleep? Not today, Rusty! Not today! What am I doing? I want bullets.
I made a club.
Yay.
I'm ready for violence.
Did y'all get nachos?
Yeah, we got quite a few.
Okay, fuck yeah.
I have ice cream, but there's not enough room in the fridge.
I need to grab some nachos from the fridge.
I'm making myself some more bullets.
Very mild radiation when ingested. Cause okay. Here we go. I'm doing it. By the way, don't forget to just periodically share a bunch of recipes with what? I can put a flashlight on my gun now. Hey, I don't need to carry a. This is so cool. I should have done this earlier.
No, not yet.
Y'all should like see if you can put flashlights on your pipe pistols.
Yeah, not yet. I took a look.
I'm sharing so many recipes. Now, how do I do it though?
I'm learning
A
so
sip of water
much.
would suffice.
Oh, I'm thirsty.
Man, I need some 9mm ammo. My gun is so cool now, but
Oh, I'm very hungry. I need to eat.
Everybody soup up.
I'm a little thirsty.
There's 39 9mm ammo in the weapons chest.
Oh my god, yeah, gimme.
Grab that. Yeah, we don't need that. Me and
Wait, where is it? I don't see anything. Oh, I'm looking at the other.
Weapons chest.
I was looking at the wrong one.
Weapons
There we go. Okay.
How am I looking here? I need that.
Figure it out. Figure out reloading.
Those were soup bowls.
Oh, do you not have like a super one?
I don't have one on me now.
Oh,
I'll make more.
You might just want to make one.
First aid shit. And let's see. Splints. Why am I... Oh wait, there's a first aid category. I should just do that. I'm making some more first aid stuff if we're about to venture off somewhere, you know.
Yeah.
Alright, I'm gonna take some wheat. What's that?
Okay, I'm gonna run back to the entrance to Flat Hill to go get my stuff that I left behind. Then I should be good.
I've got soup in me now. I think I'm ready to kill God.
Nice.
Excellent.
I'm making all kinds of cool shit right now.
What are you making?
You'll see in a second. Something I wanted to make before and I oh shit! I'm getting a new idea. Holy shit! I found something amazing we could do.
What is it?
I'm sharing the recipe now.
Oh yeah. That's a fun one. Awesome.
We could use the monsters to make power for us.
I still haven't caught a pest in my other game.
Oh, well, we're gonna in this one.
Hell yeah. We should put the trap in the freezer because I feel like there's always at least one pest in there.
I just realized this helmet I have is heavier and weaker, so I'm making a new helmet.
Cool. And no weaker.
friend weaker.
What was I about to do? I was about to do something.
I'm shaking the vending
I
machine.
remember. Just gonna make a bunch of these. Just
I'm gaining strength XP.
go ahead and make 10
What
of
if I
these.
can climb up the rope?
Making some syringes. Alright, first aid, and just make as many of these as I can. I can only make 2. Fuck it. Wait, I... Oh, fuck, I think I had the wrong thing clicked, or something. Let's just make a bunch of healing syringes. Fuck yeah, first aid up. Ooh. See all negative medical debuffs. Cool.
Yeah.
On fashion spec, equip a complete armor set with unique buff. We gotta get this guy going in a second. Anything else I need to put in here? Don't think so. Check this out. Check out what we got. We got a bone boy. We can dress him up however we want.
We should be able to put him in funny poses.
We should.
You're using the gun, right?
Me? Yeah.
Those 7 more bullets on the ground.
Fuck yeah. Yum yum yum.
I've made a pistol. I'm armed now.
Nice. You gotta make scrap shot for it too. Which is screws and paper.
Okay. Oh, I gotta put this away. Alright, this should be good. These seeds back up. The temptation to buy this game is getting harder to fight. It's a fun game, Melody. You'd be cool to have you playing with us.
It's awesome.
Alright,
We're excited to hopefully play more.
Hey, Grief. Want my old helmet?
Yes. A helmet. Oh, baby, now we're stylish.
I know I probably shouldn't have both a gun and a crossbow, but I don't want to put either one down.
Alright, I'm gonna... Before we go and explore a new area, anybody want to come try to capture a pet?
Yes.
Anyone else? Just me and Grief?
Y'all have fun.
Let me repel my stuff.
Let's go
Okay.
on an adventure,
We'll wait.
Caro. Oh, okay. We'll wait.
I've got a bunch
And
of
then
food
we'll
on me.
adventure.
I don't know what this thing's gonna want to eat, but... We're gonna catch something here.
I've got cooked alien drumsticks.
I don't know if they'd want to eat that.
I have lead.
We don't want to feed them that yet.
I'm going to feed it hot lead if
No.
it doesn't want the drumsticks.
No, we gotta...
I'm making a swap.
Okay.
Alright, let's move out. Hold on, let me check
Hooray
y'all.
for the
You're a little
swap.
radiated? You're a little radiated? I can see it with my eye. Hang on. Let me,
I don't know why I'm radiated.
hang on.
Mine might
In fact,
have
I
something
should
to do with the brain I ate earlier.
You know what? With my new doctor's abilities, JD, let me stick you. You just stuck yourself as I stuck you.
I think I canceled.
I hope so.
Maybe not.
You're gonna be
I
canceled
got
if you
it on
didn't.
the stick, but that's good. That's fine.
All right, let's move out. Let's get ourselves a
Let's
gremlin.
move out.
Now I don't know if we need to like set this and bait it, or we can just immediately plop it down. Let's go somewhere that's probably got a bunch of them.
Alrighty.
Or you might want to be sneaky though.
Interesting. Just look at that.
So over here, I think is usually there's like tons of monsters. Oh, hide. Never mind, you see me. What am I doing?
Where is it?
They warp around.
There you are.
I got him.
I'm butchering it.
Now I can't figure out how to make this flashlight turn on. I need to check something.
I got its heart.
That's useful.
I'm gonna try putting a second
Fire-
test trap
oh,
in
V.
the freezer.
I'm going to eat it.
Sorry, what did you say, Eclipse?
I'm putting a second pest trap in the freezer.
Good idea.
Hell yeah.
Good thing.
Good idea. Hey, where does anyone see where my fucking spear went? Oh, I threw it right here. Okay, here it is. All right.
I put a couple extra
There's another. Hang on.
plants in the base if you lose it.
All right, here's a pest.
Do we need bait?
Let me see. Maybe it'll just go in. Let's all leave it alone. Wait, I have an idea actually. Check this out. Lure it into a small space. Just me. Only I need to be in here.
Oh, okay, I'll leave.
All right. Where is it? There it is. Come on. Come here. Come here, little guy.
Owie!
Come on. After me. After me, little fella. You little graboid. You chill in there with that. All right. Still not the best at reloading. Oh my god.
Almost maxed out on reloading.
Carbuncles. Alright. Oh, my spear's just like sticking out of the earth. What's going on?
Oh, I picked it up to learn how to make it, and then I put it down.
Oh, I could just share the recipe.
Oh, it's okay. I figured it out.
I think we just need to leave this guy alone and maybe come back, like, tomorrow. Which, I guess means... I don't know, I guess, should we... Let's all head back and then, we can all...
I can
we
meet
can all...
up with y'all if you want to head to West Manufacturing.
Yeah, I'm thinking we'll come back and
wanna go together.
get all equipped up for an expedition. Maybe take a real short break. I can use the bathroom. We've got one of the little fucking guys trapped in an office. We just closed the door on it and put the trap in there. We're just gonna hope that if we come back tomorrow, it'll be all sorted out.
Nice. I'm trying to get one. There's one in in our bathrooms that I'm trying to trap.
Yeah, I think if they see you, they're probably not gonna be ready to go in. But if
yeah,
maybe if we just leave it there, they'll go for the nachos that are in there.
I would like to find a way to keep monsters from spawning in the bathrooms.
We'd all love that, but you know, that's the reality of the world.
In real life.
We can't all get what we want.
Oh, by the way, Grief, do you have a flashlight? Okay. I have a spell, so I didn't know if you needed one.
Don't worry, I stole
I'm gonna go take a bath.
Okay. Don't go into the women's bathroom. Or sorry, don't go into the men's bathroom.
Nothing urgent, not tired. Well, why is this bed just like sloppily next to my bed? I guess we don't have that much room. Whatever, I'll build it.
Yeah, I didn't realize we had an extra, so I made another using a sofa from Flat Hills.
And then I just threw it somewhere.
Yes.
Love that spaceman beat going off. Love to play Braid.
Before we leave, I'm gonna make sure all the plants are
Yeah. Everyone do what you need to do, because I do want to take a quick break.
I keep forgetting that I'm supposed to be the botanist, honestly.
Well, I'm also growing something in there now. I've got a little thing growing that I want to tend to. I want to get at least 1 point in gardening just to have done it. Ooh, it's doing
You're
good.
also a dirt scientist. We know how to garden.
Give me a little something here. Which one of these is oh, this is nasty water. Okay.
By the way, I highly recommend using nasty water to clean yourself instead of fresh water. There's very little difference. I think it gives you a tiny bit of rats, but it's, you know, it's fine. We want to save the clean water for plants and
When I need to
such.
bathe, I just go, like, jump in the pool upstairs.
Yeah, that would also do it.
Powered down momentarily. If you have not already evacuated,
I'm not getting much agriculture XP.
your top priority.
Get,
Have a wonderful and productive evening.
I also made sugary slop if anyone wants to try that out.
You made what?
Sugary slop.
Oh my god.
You know I want to
What's
try
the
it.
recipe for that?
It's all the sugary all the sugary junk food. So, skip jowlers and those nuts.
Fuck yeah. I gotta make some of that.
I wish to try this
I guess
one.
we don't have a bunch. No. Alright. Are you all good to take a break now? I should get on. Are we all good to
Yeah, I'm good to take a break.
close the server for a quick break and then
Aye aye.
alright, everybody here.
Sure.
Grief? Oh, you're right in front of me. Okay. Yeah, I guess let's do this, and then when we come back, we'll finally go into that new area.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, I'm gonna shut it. Let me make sure it saves real quick. Let me force a save. Okay, last save was almost 5 minutes ago, so it's good that I did that.
No.
Ah!
It's okay. The timeline won't be saved. That's a false. That's a fake future. That wasn't real.
The timeline is going to pull all of those bullets out of my lungs.
It will. You'll be fine.
Oh! Ah!
Oh no.
Well, I'm having a lot of fun. I'm looking forward to checking out the new zone.
Yeah. I don't want to jinx
Yeah.
it, but my computer's not shorted yet.
It's
So-
that's good.
I was thinking it's been a little bit. I wasn't gonna say anything, but
Ever since I turned the settings down, I should probably try some other games before I get a new power supply, just to make sure it's not a bit of a you know,
Yeah. Figure it out.
a random.
might also be worth checking like the Steam forums to see if anyone else is having the issue with this game.
Yeah.
I don't normally say the bots when I ban them, but this one does have Scorpy in the name, which is very funny. Anyway, become
What if that was
annihilated.
just him?
Hikari Ninare.
Tyrant, punish.
You might have banned the real Sculpey.
I don't, looking at their profile, I don't think I did.
You ruined any chance you might have had of being his best friend.
No! Ah!
Sad.
I can't. Oh. No. No! Ah! It upsets me so much. I'm using expressions for the first time ever. Ah!
My goodness.
I'm okay now. Yeah, I'm gonna, I did see the first review on Steam was love pushing my 70-20 its limits to run this game. That looks like a potato. I don't feel like I'm having any issues. But my computer is like, just a few years old. I mean, you could always see if it runs and
I
then
think-
return it within like 2 hours or whatever the thing is, you know.
I think Polar is also the fact that we're doing multiplayer and also two of us are streaming might have an issue with
Yeah.
like latency stuff.
Overall, it's been fine on my end, but
Yeah. And playing it when I'm not streaming has been completely fine.
I have not been playing it off stream at all. I've only been playing it on stream. I would like to
I
at some
haven't
point.
since that one time.
Yeah. People have been liking this one too much. Like I keep saying, like, oh, I almost wish people don't like these streams just so we could just play it offline whenever. But it's like, no, people are like, no, I love watching this. It's fun. It's great. It's like, okay, then we'll keep streaming it. And I don't want to do stuff off stream and like spoil it. And
see, that's gonna be the roughest part here of us not joining this series more permanently. Is just that. Just from this little bit we've gotten to play, we're just like, I just want to play. I want to play more.
Oh, yeah. You haven't even.
I want to jump.
You haven't even gone through.
We want to hop back to the begin. Yeah, we haven't want to hop back to the beginning on our own and be like, "Hey, what the fuck?"
Yeah.
We want to know.
I was
going to
say we're deep enough in that you have quite a bit you could play on your own.
Oh yeah,
Just
you got like
now.
This is our third stream of this.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've
We
been doing a
have
lot.
fucking clue what's going on.
But yeah, I'm gonna step away for a moment. I'm gonna like probably grab a snack, stretch, let the dog out, all that stuff. I'm checking if there's anything useful in the Onimusha 3 guide in here. Oh, okay, here there's criticals, deflect criticals, chain criticals, and auto criticals. That's important. Do they talk about Jean Reno in this? Yeah, they mention him. I gotta play the fucking Jean Reno game. It's fine. This thing has a
At
guide.
what point is Kero just going to do a fucking magazine reading stream?
Oh my god. Okay. Hey, there's an ad in here for Dungeons and Dragons 30th anniversary, and it said, "We invented God mode," and then it had this big, like, really detailed painting, and it looks pretty cool, but I was like, is that an ad for Christianity? Like, I didn't realize what it was at first. I was like, huh?
We invented Christianity.
Here's something else I love about these. I never paid any attention to them, and it's still not really a thing I'm into now. But the Magic the Gathering ads in Tips and Tricks are always like, it's like this like cool, it's like really cool art. Not like the art on the cards, it's like cool art of people done in this like almost what's the hold on. I gotta make sure. No, not you. No, I'm glad I'm looking this up. So I almost said
Max Payne.
Mike, how do you say Mike Mignola?
Matei?
No. The guy who did
Phil
Hellboy.
Miles?
Thanks, Wikipedia, for your absolutely
Ron Pullman.
Thank you for your useless pronunciation thing that no one can read on the planet. Completely fucking useless. Why does Wikipedia even have that? Here's how you pronounce this! And there's a bunch of, like, alien runes that don't correspond to any known language. Like, just fucking type it out! Just type it out phonetically.
It is typed out phonetically.
It's
in the
not.
phonetic
It literally
alphabet.
isn't. It's like, oh, if I click it, it takes me to a fucking key. Where I have to, like, compare... Like, I can't even hover over it. It's so stupid. But anyway, it's like this Mike Mignola style art that looks really cool. Apparently this illustration is by Dave Johnson. Deadly strategies to mess with minds. Powerful creatures to bust heads. Plays to take names. It's all about the beatdown. This player is in the game because it's got the deadliest creatures. And this player knows that only Magic the Gathering delivers unlimited strategies designed to warp opponents' minds and shut them down. Play big. MagicTheGathering.com. Like, it's such a weird vibe.
Would that not mean anything?
It means nothing.
Like
But it's such a strange vibe for, like, the fantasy card game. Like, you're not talking about the content of the game at all. You're just like there's also art of like fantasy guys behind them that I assume are from cards. They look pretty specific, but it's just it's strange. The vibe is weird. It's like this doesn't scream a fantasy card game of wizards and monsters to me. This screams like, I don't know. It's weirdly generic, but the art is nice. It's an odd mix, is what I'm saying. Anyway, enough of that. I'm gonna step away for a minute, and we will be right back for this. I'll leave you with my friends who will say anything. That won't get me banned.
Yeah.
And I'll be back.
What if we got Caro banned for fun?
Tyrant.
That'd be
Punish.
awesome. I think we
should.
Tyrant.
That'd be so cool.
Punish. Tyrant.
That'd be
Punish.
so awesome.
Fuck!
It'd be so
I just
cool.
realized my thing isn't playing through the Discord. Y'all aren't even hearing all that. Damn it! I gotta. Oh my god! It's set to the wrong mic. It's set to the. Chat, have you even been here? Oh my god!
I believe something smells quite foul here.
My movie, my situation. Anyway.
Wait, what? Please close these applications.
Did
No.
I load up fucking stream games while we wait? I haven't done that in ages.
I'm going to. I'm gonna go on Break Melody. I have to fix this.
Then again, there might not be enough people in my chat to
Why
warrant
is this
it.
not? This is so weird. I don't know what's going on.
I have fucking Kukoto and King of the Castle and shit still
Why did I
installed, and I
disappear?
haven't played them in ages.
Hey, hold on. Can y'all hear this? This is a question for. Oh no, they can't hear me on Discord now. This is all fucked up. Hang on. Okay, now y'all can hear me. Melly, I'm fixing the technical thing. Hang on. Okay, people in call, you can hear me, right?
Yeah.
I can hear
Okay,
you
good.
speak.
Do you hear this?
Yes. Loser!
That
Yes.
went, I saw it go green. I know you heard that. I know you're scared
We
to
heard
admit
that.
it. You're scared to
And
admit
you
it, but
have-
I know you heard it.
No, we heard you say that, and we have to say words hurt, Caro.
It's fine. It's
Words hurt.
It's fine.
Oh. Everyone is so
Alright.
mean to the dirt scientists.
My SBC face.
Positively.
Fucking up. Here we go. Get this back up. Okay. Now I'm going on break. I did not realize I got fucking webcam, the microphone, fucking with everything all the time. I hate it. Ah!
I feel like I don't need a fake. I guess I could get up and just, like, stand.
You have to stand.
We don't really feel like we need a break much. We only got back a little bit ago.
I don't suppose you'd reconsider.
I need to be careful using that while I'm clicked into Discord, because that just put me on a random channel.
Ah, yeah. Pressing buttons.
Pressing buttons and combinations with other buttons especially is, scary.
Yeah.
It's a dangerous proposal.
I'm gonna put this voice line on Alt F4. Be awesome.
I see no possible problems that could be caused by this action. See, unfortunately, the effects of being on this stream mean that we're going to wind up doing that voice an annoying amount when we don't need to.
You missed it. The full stream I did almost entirely just with the sound bowl.
Good.
Like, okay, that's probably
honestly.
too much.
Good as hell.
I just loaded up an entirely different game to play while I wait.
Yeah.
Hooray.
Oh shit, you actually know Creeple World 4 Monte Crisply?
I've heard from
I've heard of it.
It's a mostly good series. there's some issues with some of the older ones. And the writing is still very bad, but oh, this one looks rough. What's even going to happen when this get access to those things. This looks suck, fuck you, you're banned. Also, you're supposed to be on break. I like that they finally made one of these. It is 3D, but I do spend most of the game just in the 2D view, because fucking, why wouldn't you?
Yeah. You wanna be big. You wanna grow big. Revolutions all the time. People changing the world. Crime,
I really need to do
violence, and anger, hunger, whatever. I find that ridiculous. If not meticulous, I do my best to guard my own premises. What's your name? What's your name, fool?
What's my name? What's my name?
Alright, now we can actually see what's going on here.
Who that? Huh?
Yeah, my apologies to Kara's stream.
Where you come from? Where you come from?
Where I come from? Where I come from?
You think you're big?
This is a towel defense, kind of? What did you consider this game to be? I guess it's technically like a real-time strategy, but you're fighting liquid simulations.
Wild.
It's kind of tower defense, but I think it's closer to just a real LTS, technically. Like, you're all defending towers, but that's like saying the defending pylons in Spellcraft is tower defense. You're just gonna spray that top as quick as possible. I've had this game installed for like ages and I only beat it like a few weeks ago. I finally loaded it up and finished it. Now everyone in my chat, I said to look at your stream while I'm on break and follow now, says Karo.
If you were in Karo's chat, go to your nearest convenience store and put your hand directly in the cash register. Right now.
Always in control, I patrol my hood, taking care of business, stopping crime for good. I wasn't scared, you must have been
I just got a key mail log for Free Jack Online. I've seen that Free Jack is doing like a fucking open test thing right now, and I really thought about downloading it. I feel like I've talked about Free Jack a lot, but like not enough for people to know what it is. Free Jack is a running game that I played when I was like 13, and it's finally being brought back to life. Oh shit, I didn't know the factory bug. Oh fuck, hold on. Shit.
I do kind of wonder, because so I did two things. I probably only should have done one thing in testing the shorting, but I unplugged my what do you call it? I unplugged my index as well.
Whenever you said that, I was like, oh, that sounds like that's probably a major factor.
Yeah. It's like the cable for the index was somewhat more when I unplugged it.
Considering how many games I've seen, like, just from, like, Wayne Radio TV doing streams and stuff, of like, oh, this activated my VL for some reason.
Yeah.
There might be something that just... It might have been displaying to that this whole time.
I think so, because I would have... Yeah, maybe it was just, like, turning it on.
Yeah.
I mean, it does at least put, like, a blue light on the index, which, like, anything does.
Hey, you're pretty mature than I thought. Good going.
Thanks, but you're still bigger than your normal size.
You're right.
Yeah, that's also interesting, because, like, it was, I turned up the settings on Abiotic Factor, and the intro cutscene with, like, the little guy running, like, you know, driving across with the creature chasing him was lagging before, and now it's not. I think I might just need to have my index unplugged when I'm not using it. I think that's probably the solution.
Whenever I was having some issues a while back of, like, my PC turning on randomly in, like, the middle of the night. And I just started, like, making sure I unplugged everything at the end of the night, just to make sure, like, my USBs were randomly activating. It turned out to be my mouse, I think, was, like, too sensitive, but... Fuck, I'm about to lose this. But though for a while it was like very scary that was happening.
Yeah.
It's like, is someone like fucking accessing my PC while I'm asleep or something? Like,
I've actually
it's just
also
my
had
fucking
that going on.
basil.
I want to look into that.
It was annoying because I went into my like device manager and everything and like made sure everything was set to not wake up the PC.
Yeah.
But apparently the mouse can kind of always do that. I'm gonna add.
I'm actually just gonna pop open my solo for a bit just to see the shorts.
Just in general, or are you gonna plug something back in?
No, I'm putting it on, like, I'm putting the game on the truck. Because I feel like the stakes are slightly lower for shorts while we're not, actively streaming and playing.
Yeah.
And also, it'll be nice to have something to do while I wait.
I don't know if I can cover this. I'm kind of
The liquid
stranded on a mountain
too
top
much.
right now. If I can, okay, I'm not really talking about too much of what's happening in my game right now, since I don't know if that's rude to Karo's dad. But if I can get this to a place where I can build a miner on it, I can get some energy and anti-people.
Yeah, don't worry, Karo's chat is not paying attention either way. They're all perfectly following the instructions to leave their house, go to the convenience store, and put their hands in the cash register and take whatever they got. So,
I did
don't
see
worry
my
about
viewers
Karo's
bump
chat.
up when Karo said to come watch me, and I feel a little bad about that, but he said so. He said to. Oh, that's gonna be an issue.
I'm thinking about maybe actually in my what I might do while I wait is in my solo, I might just set up a pest trap in the area where I set it up in our multiplayer place. It's a pretty good spot.
If this all drains down, I might be able to live. If not, I might need to move. I might just install my copy of Abiotic Factor while I wait. Did you just buy one?
Nice.
Okay, you gotta move. Maybe I can relay to that side. Or pylon, rather. Okay, that's fucking. This is a randomly generated map, so it's a little unfair. This position.
I do think that my computer randomly shorting does belie perhaps some issues with my thing, so I may eventually want to replace this, but,
Yeah. If it's happening at all, that's probably a bad sign. When that was happening with me playing a Almost Goal, I got really scared and was gonna buy a bunch of stuff, and then I just decided to ignore it. So
yeah.
I haven't had any issues since then, but
I might use, because I get my Patreon money at the start of the month, I might use that
but then I don't have. Once this game started introducing flying enemies, it kind of ups the difficulty a lot. Okay, I can't reach any of this shit.
All
so I guess
viewers, return to my channel now!
God, scary. The incantation.
Melody says no.
I'm back.
We're sorry. We're sorry, Kara. We sent all of your viewers to the nearest convenience store to their house to steal money out of the cash register.
I know, and that was really cool and good to do. You were correct to do that.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it's the correct thing to do, of course, but that's why they might be a little late getting back to your channel. It depends on how far away the nearest convenience store is for them, individually.
I'll be back soon enough. They know it's important. They know what's at stake.
They always come back.
I made a sandwich and I ate a banana, potassium for stamina. So I'm ready.
You can survive now.
I also have a sandwich. So let me eat that too.
Yay.
Guess what else I have? I'm turning down the music. Check this out.
You want me to cast like some sort of phone?
I got that too. Oh fuck, I hadn't finished my other one. I forgot. Down the hatch!
Are you eating another Sinnoh sandwich?
No! My bread got moldy and I don't buy white bread, so I haven't had one in a while.
Wait, that bread, how long, that bread got moldy that fast?
It did, it was weird. I'm pretty sure it was mold. There were like weird dark spots on it and I thought it was weirdly sudden, but
That's fucked up, that was only like a week.
It was, yeah, it was not long. Like, it was only open for like a week, yeah. It's crazy, I don't know what happened. And I don't really...
To be fair, you do live in like a, like... You're like constantly boiling just like whole pots of water. And like opening your window. And like you keep the bread like on the counter. These are things that I know about Caro.
I take the bread out of the bag every day.
Yeah. And you just pour water on it.
Yeah.
Like hot water.
Well, that's what makes it good.
You need hot, wet bread.
Exactly.
You have to kill the bread.
Yeah, have you tried having cold wet bread? Let me tell you, it's not as good. It's not as good. It loses something.
Yeah.
It's the hot.
You have to pre-mayo the bread.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
JD, I was about to remind everyone that JD's also streaming its perspective, and I don't feel like doing that anymore. I'm turning the game back on.
Okay, Sniper's actually walking.
Okay.
Alright.
Hey, this is fucked up because now I want to keep playing this game. I'm gonna have to finish this game at some
You
point.
can play Gloops Gloibles later.
Clips.
Alright, so also now if you're in JD's chat, it's your turn. You have to go to the convenience store nearest to your house right now and put your hand in the cash register. Your turn.
Go to the convenience store and
Yeah?
Yeah?
Yeah.
Did Kero die? What happened?
Server's going up.
Okay.
Oh no, did all those shots they fired into green space count?
Oh.
I had to reload my gun. Also, I'm muting again.
Okay, let me get here.
kind of a shame you can't really see how beautiful my boy is. Oh. Bedtime! Bedtime, everybody! Wait, is my in-game mic working? Can you hear me?
I can. Also,
Okay,
that
good.
guy's still gone, but this body is still healed. So what's that about?
He's dead. That's... Dead is forever. Here is for now. Let's sleep.
Hey, Kevin?
Yeah?
What am I holding in my hand right
What are you on? I don't know.
now? Well,
A pistol?
on my screen, I appear to be holding, I think, a shell,
That's not what I see.
and I am completely blind.
Is there a bathroom nearby?
Hang on. I'm gonna open your stream. I want to see this.
I
Oh
know
shit!
it's
We're getting
fixed.
invaded. We're getting Dark Souls invaded.
There will be a clip of that at some point, maybe. But it appears it fixed itself.
Okay.
I'm rapidly losing warmth.
I had an idea. Hello.
Go to bed. It's late. And I'm eating a sandwich.
We need to find a way to make these heals last longer during the night, I think. Because the batteries don't last long.
Sorry, these are so fucking loud. What'd you say?
These batteries on the heals don't last long enough at night, IMO.
No, not at all. We need grub power. Grief, go to sleep.
I think Grief is asleep.
Oh.
I was.
Pretty good sandwich. Alright, we don't wake up. Grief, is your head like destroyed? No, your body's fine. I don't know why my gun wasn't loaded.
The bullets are lost somewhere in metaphysical space. And one day they will find their way back to where they belong, in my body. And I will die. They're out there somewhere. It's only a matter of time.
That's awesome.
I should probably locate a restroom.
Go shit, go piss. So now I think we're just waiting on Eclipse and someone else. Oh, Eclipse shorted.
Attention. This sector is under precautionary security measures. Please remain.
I keep thinking this was a person. This might have been a bad idea. This
No,
thing's
it's
scary. Wait! I had a better idea.
Is there even a way to check, like, players online?
I'm not sure.
Hey, shorted again. I
Yeah.
will be in second.
Okay. Check this out. Okay, so right in the middle is like here. This will be my greatest invention ever. Yes. Oh, that's perfect. That's perfect. That's perfect.
What? What is?
Look straight ahead.
Oh my! The chef is in the kitchen. How wonderful.
As all things should be. More ammo? Hell yeah. Oh, no, that was mine. I already have it. I want another. Chat, everything's still looking and sounding fine? Hopefully my eating noises aren't coming through. Why is this one gotta be T-posing? Sorry, enjoying a delectable meal. Speaking of... Ooh, look at some sugar slop.
Hey, Carol, what's the server max set to, by the way?
It should be like 6.
Okay. Melody's having issues joining.
Does she have the password?
Yeah.
Maybe I can invite?
Hello.
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 I've decided to order a new power supply.
Oh, yeah.
Fair. Understandable, really.
Invasion.
Got ourselves a train.
Everyone, gather in here. We have to meet the new one. Get your guns ready. God, my aim is so wobbly.
Yeah.
I noticed it actually is based off distance. If you aim like at the ground, it steadies out compared to like the wall.
Oh yeah.
It also could have something to do with
Get ready.
the radiation.
Get ready, arm.
Being highly irradiated
Weapons at the
tends
ready.
to make
Weapons
you
at the ready.
struggle to
Spread
aim.
out. Let's go.
Hello, soldier. I hope
Clear.
you're here to fix this mess.
I'm ready. Whatever comes through this door.
I'm ready. Could be Melody Burst.
Oh no!
Hey, Melody Burst.
Thank God you're here.
Is it push to talk, by the way?
It is
Let's
push to
do the
talk.
gate dance.
Hello.
Push to talk, and also you might want to check which microphone is actually being used.
I'm scared. It's Gus. I thought about doing this.
Yay.
I'm glad one of us did.
The real Gus Fring.
I will invent your baby daughter. We could do it. We could save Breaking Bad right now.
Telling me push to talk and then not telling me what key it is.
Well, we've all disabled it by now, I think, so I think we all forgot.
Yeah.
I changed the hotkey and I couldn't remember what it was by default.
Caps lock.
Yeah, I changed mine.
Oh
to
yeah.
That's insane.
Welcome.
Yeah, we turned it off immediately because that's fucked up and insane.
Welcome to the super lab.
Also, you ruined my bit. I was gonna just walk in, and everyone was just staring at me.
We were ready. Would you like drugs? Something hurt me.
I did not do the tutorial, by the way.
You didn't? Uh-oh.
Super didn't.
You
You'll
know,
be
you've been
fine.
watching.
You
You
can
know what-
learn on the go.
I have no idea what to do.
Trust me.
Science.
I have very little idea of what to do.
Is anyone else getting hungry? Do you think we should appeal to the alien authorities?
Why would she say that?
Eat this
Excuse
hard.
me, Gordon, but I'm rather busy now.
Eat this hard.
Go nuts! Scare the crap out of them!
Oh shit, careful. Save your ammo.
Is it scary?
Save your ammo for the enemy.
You sleepy?
Stop!
I guess it was good we made that spare.
Alright, well, Melody, help yourself to whatever's in these chests and chat, of course. I'm gonna shout out.
Okay,
Yeah, feel free
wait.
to get some
Since
armor.
Melody's
Melody.
here, I'm gonna. Well, yeah, I should add help to my
Make you a
info,
pedestal
and
if you
then
want.
we can shell all the schematics with all as well.
Oh, true.
Yeah, that's true. I'm just gonna like run through my whole list and just. All right, I'm just gonna start sharing everything. Melody, so long as you're at least somewhat close to me, you're just gonna start gaining recipes.
Yeah, same here. I'm just popping all my...
You know what, I'm gonna start from the bottom. I assume someone else is starting from the top. I'll go from the bottom.
Yeah, I'm starting from the top. I just hit computation brick.
Are you enjoying this knowledge we're giving you?
I really wish there was a hotkey for this.
Yeah, like there should be a just share all, like.
It's like a tiny button.
Why can't I? This recipe cannot be shared. Interesting. Yo, hello, Ed. That's right, the bunny is here.
Okay, that's probably enough.
I'm still going. I'm still going.
I'm so glad you can wheel around on these chairs.
Okay, just a few more. Oh yeah, the rolly chairs is great.
Can I remake my character to be Hesh?
Oh my god!
No, wait, not Hesh. Who was the one who was always in the chair? I can't remember.
Is that Sparky? Sparks?
Yeah, that was Sparky, I think.
Spooky from Speed Racer.
What was the C-Lab 2021?
I'm pretty sure. I think it was Sparks. I think it was Sparks. Because Stormy was another guy.
I'm Bizarro Stormy.
I'm a skeleton.
I'm regular Stormy. Okay, you don't need to slow down for me.
Yeah, just get yourself some tools and weapons. Whoever's already here, and you can make more. We are getting ready for an expedition. Everyone should have. I'll make you a soup container.
Do we know why it's radiated in here?
I don't know. It's just because we have so much fucking shit. Here, Melody, have this. You're gonna want.
Come in here right now. Come into the men's bathroom.
Okay.
I don't like that.
I caught him.
You got it?
I fed him Antiverse wheat.
Fuck yeah. Wait, I'm gonna check on my trap. I'll be right back. Did he like Antiverse wheat?
Yeah.
We have some in the fridge.
I'm gonna get more.
I'm also grabbing some. I'm gonna grab some other shit just in case he likes it, because I don't know.
Yeah,
what if he likes ice cream and nachos?
Hey, there might have been another one.
I'll be right back.
It's fine.
I'll be right back. I gotta check on mine.
If you kill something,
Let's go check on him. Let's go.
Someone make Melody a radio.
Alright, we gotta make Melody.
Wait, which way was that? Which way was that?
I got radioactive meat.
Nice.
I got the pest rump.
Fuck.
Wait, should we be feeding it more nachos, or should we be feeding it up?
I'm
This is my
going
boy.
to shoot it.
This is my man. Hey.
Yo, the stealth damage off this? That was great.
I'm butchering it.
Fuck yeah. Oh, damn it.
I'm getting irradiated from this heart.
Alright, where was that room? It was down here. What? Yeah, I'm just gonna leave this out here.
Oh.
I think some went weird with the spawn. I'm just gonna leave it here in the middle of the room, and we'll just hope for the best.
I'm going into the
Fight
ceiling.
Club, because the knife is actually not that good of a weapon. It's more like it's more of a tool than a weapon.
I need this for chef things, though.
I mean, you can keep those.
I banned my boy. I banned my boy.
I had to move my trap. It wasn't working where it was.
Whatever it is they're doing in Silo 3, it used every power cell we had.
Keeping an eye on your boy.
Alright.
Hello?
Okay.
Wait, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
No, there's a soup bowl on the floor for you.
Oh yeah, I guess I'm talking. It's not showing the. That's
Very important.
I had that issue.
What are you making?
Yeah, she's not showing the talk icon.
I don't know. I don't know how to play this game yet.
Pick up your soup bowl. You can get soup over in the security room
Can I
here.
make a wheel for him?
Oh wait, can you?
I've
Can you
already
make
got a
that like
damn
an
pet.
inflatable?
Ah.
Hopefully he'll be safe in the bathroom. I'm gonna trust you to take care of him.
Yeah, I'm gonna take care of him.
Are you looking for the soup?
I found a guy
It's over
in the
here.
ceiling.
All we have right now is a simple tomato.
Lives here.
There'll be more though. And that is some of the best stuff you can have.
Some people live in ceilings.
Can I kill him?
Legally, I can't answer that question. I can only tell you to use your own judgment as a scientist.
What'd you find?
Over here.
All right, I'm going to find out what his skull looks like.
Are you killed a man?
This is my pet.
I'm
This is
going
my
to
pet.
kill
He's my
this
friend.
man.
Oh! I want one. I can pet
I
it.
have an idea. Yeah, you gotta pet him.
We could
It's
all.
important. We gotta pet him. We gotta feed him. But hang on, actually, I need to take this away for a second because I'm gonna bring him out here and do something.
Oh yeah, what are you doing?
I'm gonna set him up on a wheel so that he gives
I don't know if
power
I
to
told you,
the
Melody, we have some almost
He had so much
one of the
blood
night
in his
traps.
body,
This
and
is
yet
so
no
cool.
death in
Need a
there.
screwdriver.
Right,
I got one.
Oh shit, blocking it.
Working together.
Love the rhythmic.
It's like we're making mochi.
Yeah. Come here, boy. Come here, boy. Wait, why is there an active robot?
Do you want me to kill it?
Hold.
Actually, I can just lure. It's the middle of the day. I can just lure it into something. Hey.
Yeah, it's beating this thing. Let me actually.
Hey, fucker.
It's already next to this.
Come on, fucker.
If I just crouch under this and hit this with a hammer, it should eventually die. Out.
It's hurting me. You
There
got
we
it.
go. Wait, where's my boy? Where's my boy?
Oh no!
Where's my boy?
I'm so sorry. I don't know.
Does anyone see him? I
don't see him anywhere.
Oh no.
What was the last place you saw him?
He was right here. Did someone kill him?
Oh yeah, feel free to take this vacuum if no one's using it. It's great for picking up stuff.
There's a
My
very
boy.
small chance I've gotten entirely lost.
Ping your, here, I can just hit my pager.
Okay, well my boy's dead.
Hit
That's
yours.
fine.
Yeah, no, you're not far. Yeah, come on.
Don't let him die. That's my son.
I can't believe what's happening. This is a
Well, it
tragedy.
is past Meteo, but it's old, so I don't think that's him.
I can't believe this.
Is it
There has to be
possible that he
retribution.
walked into one of the blades?
There has to be retribution for this.
Maybe?
We aren't lost anymore.
Welcome back. Grief, is that your vacuum? Is that your vacuum charging over here?
We have a vacuum on us.
Oh.
That one's technically mine, but I haven't been carrying it around.
You
that
should
much.
carry because it's useful. Or give it to Melody, who will take care of it.
Melody can have it.
Tried to tell him about
Did Melody ever get a walkie-talkie?
No, wait, don't kill him, don't kill him, don't kill him.
Did you ever get a walkie-talkie, Melody?
No.
Wait, sorry, I'm trying to bait him into.
I'll make you one.
Those are what?
There we go.
Alright, here you go. Making it now. Here you go, Melody. Put this in your bar. That'll be real useful.
Well, there was one already made.
In the out here, there's something you should get. I'll bring it to you. I'll bring it in. Or if you're faster than me, fine. But on this charging station here, there's a vacuum. You should take that. It's really good for gathering items really quickly. You just suck up everything. It even breaks down stuff.
Are you still in trouble, Chief?
No, we're just standing here petting this tree.
Okay.
Then yeah, you got a vacuum. You got a flashlight.
Yeah.
I think you've got all the basics you need. You got some armor. We can make even more.
Now go back to your cage. Okay.
There you go. I'm making you some more armor.
Now. What if I...
There's a guy.
Contribute to...
Proud of those. Okay.
That's passively.
Where's the guy? Melody? Where is he?
He's up here with us.
Ping me. I want to see what this guy is. Oh, over there. Okay.
Power thing. Contribute to one. I guess batteries? Yeah, this could have I'm trying to think of how to have multiple
There's a dog here.
power sources.
You a dog? Alright, this is like a whole new... No, this is the data farm. Okay. Y'all in here? Hey! I'm gonna get this guy.
Ow.
Watch me get this fucking guy. Damn it. Oh, if he had gone the other way, he would have run into the thing. This dude's too fast. I used up too much energy getting over there. Hey, I found a pet. There's a pet out here.
There's a friend out there, yeah.
Is that my pet?
I think I
my
found
pet
your
got
dog.
lost. Okay. Tell him to follow you. Bring him home. Bring my
Okay.
boy home.
He's
And
just...
don't let it walk into the pillows.
I don't think it
Yeah.
will. I think it's small.
Okay.
I don't know. I saw Raw pass next to one of them. So
Well,
then again, maybe it jumped into it. I don't think this guy jumps.
it's gonna...
Oh no. It's fine. I accidentally broke one of the barricades in our kitchen. I'm sorry.
I can't believe you do this. Melody, I made you some more armor whenever you're back at the house, at the base. Eclipse, should I tell it to go back to its cage, or what?
Just have it follow you, and then have it stop following you when it's like in,
Alright.
like, our base.
Alright, it's in.
Okay.
Probably close the door behind it.
I currently have one of the stoves powered by my other pest, who's in a wheel. If anyone wants to come see that, it looks very funny.
Fuck yeah. Let me see.
Oh, we'll come see that for sure.
In here?
We found couches.
Oh my god, that's awesome.
The
Creature
rotator.
do not kill.
Yeah.
Is that its name?
Yeah, he does need food, every once in a while, so I have to keep an eye on him.
Well, good thing he's in the kitchen. Your other boy is at the front. I guess you got him already.
Where's my other boy?
I bought the other one in the room with the fridge.
Okay.
I feel like it'll be a little safer in that room.
Yeah, he can just hang out. I should name him. Here, I think he needs to be in a cage to be named. Actually, hang on. Stop
Wow, these
following.
fridges are stuffed.
Allow cage return. Then he should go back in. Come on.
We're gonna need a third fridge.
Come on, you wanna go back inside?
Do what Eclipse says.
Over here.
Oh.
Follow me.
Julie, here.
Oh,
Got some more armor for you. Put these on.
Please follow me briefly. There we go. Come on, go on. Go on cage. No? Like this.
Oh, there's one more on the floor over here.
The sugary slop. Sad?
Yeah.
Sad?
That tracks. Come on.
I think it's broken.
There you go.
I think your dog is broken.
I couldn't even venture a guess.
So if we're gonna, we should head to that thing. So we should all make sure we've got like soup and at least, you know, one syringe, one splint, and one bandage on us all, just to, you know, be all set up for an adventure.
Managed to get a splint going.
Oh, I got plenty. There's tons in the medical supplies, which is, by the way, Melody, in here, just right behind the door. All the first aids in there.
Soup left.
So yeah, let's all make sure we got a good amount of stuff. I'll be making, what time is it? Yeah, you know what, I'm gonna make soup tonight, because we got too much stuff. We got too much meat, so
Yeah, we can get some soup up.
I'm gonna have a soup night.
I'll dump all the pots. Dump the pots. Plastic bucket.
What else can I do? Can I do anything with these? What if I made soda soup? Do we have salt? We do. We have a little bit of salt. Okay. I'm gonna put this on, actually.
You know, should we have a second storage just for, like, non-perishables? Because I feel like we don't really need all the perishables.
You know, that's probably a good idea. Maybe just put it, like, in the kitchen. We could put it, like, right in the kitchen by the door or something.
I think it should be next to the other food so that we don't get confused.
Okay, that's fair. Alright, are all the soup pots and tools?
Yes.
I am just about boiling up.
Alright, I'm gonna start cooking.
It's funny that the slushies aren't perishable.
But by the way, don't forget we have tons of like cooked meat in the fridge that we should eat before it goes bad.
Yeah.
In fact, I'm gonna grab some now.
We need to be having like 5 soups cooking at any given time to just use all that meat.
What about that meat? Oh, these carbuncles are gonna go, so I'm gonna take them. Anything that looks like it's not gonna last, I'm taking.
Okay, I have set up the non-perishables chest. What's that?
Soup recipes. Oh, we need salt and super tomato. Okay. Fuck. Whoops.
Yay.
What about what if I do some sodas? Alright, it's an experiment.
Consider this your top priority. Have a wonderful and productive evening.
Okay.
I'm trying to figure out other stuff right now. I'm very overwhelmed. And
Yeah.
everybody's kind of just saying stuff to me, and I don't know what they're talking about.
Can you help with anything?
I should probably locate a restroom.
I have to shit!
Yeah, if you have any questions, feel free to ask.
Oh. Fuck yeah, I'm a super shitter now. No. Perfect. Okay. Where's the perishable? Oh, or non-perishables. All the soda in there. What if I just cook a potato? Try that. Okay, carbuncle, raw pest rump. Okay, I don't think we're gonna have a lot of good soup going, but
All right, gang. You have fun on your adventure now. Unfortunately, I must go.
oh well, thank you for coming by, Grief. Thank you.
Take care.
I am just
We'll
about
have to play
boiling
some
up.
other time, but in the meantime,
Oh, we do have salt. Shit. Okay.
Oh no.
Goodbye, Grief.
I didn't know we had all that salt.
Yeah, we got a good amount. We went to the flathead.
Shit. Do I still have time to salt the stuff? Uncooked, simple tomatoes. Is this? What? It doesn't like this? What is this thing? This thing needs wheat. This thing needs wheat. I need wheat for the guy. We should keep some stored next to it, maybe.
Is he hungry?
Fuck. I do wish it was easier to just grab one of something.
I think I just stole Grief's bed.
Hell yeah, that'll work.
Working hard or hardly working?
No, wait!
Oh, fuck off, you.
Hang on, I'll feed him up.
If it doesn't have a name, then it's unclaimed. That one's mine.
Okay, I guess that's...
This one's...
Let me get a
Guess
shout
I
out for
have a bed
Grief.
now.
Yeah, this is your... Whatever you sleep in, it's not claimed. It's fine.
I hope you're all still having fun watching these. I know I don't really talk to Chad as much during these streams, but... Appreciate having you. Oh, you fed it after I ran all around?
Yeah, I got him.
This is bad soup, nice.
Just gonna fill him up. Okay, I think he's good.
I'm trying to do too much right now. I'm trying to do too much. We got bad soup.
Salty animal.
Took those carbuncles.
Oh.
This is gonna be something. This is gonna be something. Believe me. What the fuck?
Is he getting into a fit? What is he doing?
I don't know.
Eat.
I think he might be trying to scramble away, but the thing's in the way. So we can't feed him anymore.
Not some extra thing.
Okay, I gotta try potato soup.
He's the guy.
Hey, is there one more soup pot in storage? Could you bring it to me, please?
A soda just fell out.
Oh, hell yeah. Hi. Where do you want this?
You can put it here.
I want to drink a pop sparkle.
Oh, there's no water in here.
Oh, yeah, sorry, I can fill it up.
Unbelievable. No, I'll get it. It's fine. A chef always
adequate
knows his secrets.
Now, where did I leave that shutdown procedure chart?
Can you teach me how to make spice curls? Oh my god. Can I get some more wheat in the kitchen? And maybe a container to just keep some wheat in to keep these guys fed?
Oh, how much does he need to be fed?
There
He
is a
might just
willow
want to put him in
that
a
is
tower.
near the bathroom.
He keeps stopping. I don't know if we just need to feed him a bunch at once or what.
Hey, is this what the radiation is from?
What, the fridge?
Maybe.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, I'm just gonna put it on battery.
The wisp.
Oh, maybe. Oh, wait, hold on. How's my,
But also, like, almost all of the food is radioactive. So.
I don't think the pest is worth it. I think it's
I may have a problem.
I don't think pest power is worth it. I'm just gonna put that stove on a battery.
You sure it's not just like we need to feed it a bunch?
I fed it like 5 antivirus wheat, and it was done with it within a minute.
Oh, yeah, that's weird.
Yeah.
Maybe there's a more efficient thing we can do. Shit, I gotta keep cooking. I got all this meat.
I'll put this in storage, I guess.
There's a robot out there.
Oh shit.
Cooking meat sounds like what pop rocks feel like for the years. That's true, it is very, I mean, it's sizzling, it's crackling. I feel like we haven't done as much on this stream. But I guess it's because we had 2 people who we were kind of getting set up and trying things. We're gonna go on that expedition in just a second. As soon as this soup's done.
That expedition now.
Hey, as soon as this soup is done, we gotta go on that expedition. We haven't done shit this stream.
Now.
I got soup cooking. You have a walkie-talkie. Use it.
I don't know how.
Oh, you just equip it. Like, you just put it in your number toolbar and you just pull it out. So long as
Why don't you just know how to play the game perfectly right off the bat?
Hey, hold on. Can I tell you something?
You haven't asked us anything.
Stop!
I am just about boiling up.
No. Oh, fuck, there's a monster in here! Keep it in there. Fuck! Can't get me. Hey, look behind you. I hear sizzling. Damn it.
How are we looking?
Test rump burn, everything's still cooking. This soup here, this one's gonna be something. This is gonna be
I hope so.
Beautiful. I'm open potatoes.
The tomato soup's definitely gonna hit.
That's gotta be good.
Maybe the potato soup?
Here, will you put... No, you know what, I'll put it all up. I'm just waiting for these soups to finish. In fact, I can keep running back and forth and putting stuff away. Alright, what do I want to put up? The potatoes, I guess?
I'm carrying a pot, because I emptied out one of the soups. Let me put that away.
Oh, give me my screwdriver. I need that.
And a grill.
Put this in there. Extra walkie-talkie. You don't need that.
Perhaps I'm getting a little too endothermic.
Put the salt away. I've got too much shit on me.
Your pest rump is done.
Put it away.
I can feel my proteins denaturing.
Oh my god. Don't denature. Okay. Man, this soup is taking a while. I don't remember soup taking this long. It's just me, or is this soup taking a weirdly long time to cook?
Is it full?
Is it what? I can't hear you.
It doesn't seem like it's boiling.
I see it boiling.
Oh.
It's bubbling and steaming.
This one is not boiling on my end.
What? They're all boiling on mine. They're all bubbling and...
Oh, I think you need a third ingredient. I think, like...
Well, but no, it should still get cooked, though.
I don't know.
I think the treasure man stepped on one of these traps and ran away.
Oh, this isn't putting...
He's been trying to break in this whole time.
There we go, that one's moving now.
Okay, what?
Something broke.
What about the other one?
These ones are good.
Okay. I'm very thirsty. Can I get some water?
Oh, what is that?
Okay, clean water's on the... Where's the clean water? Do we have it separated? I can't tell what's clean or not. Okay, that's green. That's bad.
It'll tell
If
you.
you look at it with your hands, it should tell you if it's tainted.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine then. Okay, go to water. Don't want to use my soup yet.
Melody killed a man.
Fuck yeah.
Yay.
Hey, how do you repair it, baby?
Repel item?
Didn't it say you can repair a crafting mode?
You can repel at the center of the field. The repel stop. If you push the handle and elbow to move one item, it'll tell you what you need to
What should have been salt?
Cook. Oh. You? Oh, you're the... You're creature.
Oh, I have a
okay, you're
hammer
fine.
In that case, if you haven't already...
Why is the soup still... This soup is still cooking. That can't be right.
Yeah, that's strange. What if we take it off and put it back on?
Some are disabled because they're so hurt, so...
These should be done eventually. You know what they say about a watch pod?
But now is it even my experience? Okay, should we just... I mean, soup can't go bad, right?
I don't think so.
Should we just go?
Yeah, we can just leave these.
Alright,
They'll be done when we get
hey,
back.
everybody kitted up? Everybody good?
Hey, before we go, did we ever build a, that one item to slot into the door in the upper level?
It was just a power cell. We already slotted in.
Yeah.
No, there was one that needed like an infrared emitter. After we opened that up, there was another one.
I don't think we did
well,
that.
No, that was the infrared emitter was the thing that we needed for the hack.
I am just about boiling up.
That was a while back.
Whatever. If we see it, I'll point it out. But I'm pretty sure there was one that needed.
All right.
Gotcha.
Everybody, check. We all got it. Where's my soup? Oh my god! I'm like dropping things. Okay, there's my soup. Everybody got their soup?
Yep, I'm good to go.
Let me grab soup and it'll be good.
Blood vest is ready.
Oh, let me heal you. Hold on, let me heal you. Pretty banged up there. All right, that's gonna be good now.
It's fine. Bad soup is still edible.
Why is this going crazy?
A bad dream.
You got your soup?
I got my soup. Let's go.
You got your bandages? Everybody got bandages and
I got bandages and I got distance and I got some healing stabs.
Okay, good. We all got our healing stuff?
Yep.
Could be nasty out there. Alright, yeah. I think everything...
I gotta pass a goulash.
Alright,
if anyone wants to grab that instead of whatever they got.
You look terrible.
Really fast. I got two items to repair.
Okay. You are completely wrong.
Why would you say that?
Excuse me, you're completely wrong. Nerd emoji.
The road to the Queen's Hall is long. Don't be hasty. Proceed with caution.
You'll just have to wait until
All right.
after the
We all kitted up?
Let's go!
Let's go.
Wait. Eclipse, what are you doing?
I'm just replugging in the sticks.
They'll always like
Okay,
that.
the soup, but there's some
My
sort of
favorite
soup
part
code.
of any of these games is moving stuff from one box to another box endlessly.
Honestly, that is my favorite part, but also while streaming, so...
I was joking. I think that's like a hell that I wouldn't wish on anyone, but okay.
Everybody's, I'm looking at
I
everybody.
like killing things with hammers.
Good.
I like stabbing stuff and shooting stuff and.
Well, you're in luck. You get to do a lot of that.
I like organizing. I like hitting you with a rat stick.
All right. All right. Let me check our map to like remember where the hell we're even going here.
I know where we're going.
You do? Okay,
I saw
good.
a bipedal monster earlier.
Yeah, I can bring us.
That's scary.
It was
Be
scary.
careful. By the way, what type of scientist are
Luckily,
you?
I have a gun.
I just picked cook because I didn't know what y'all were.
Oh, okay. But what kind of perks did you take? What'd you do for your
sharp stuff? I don't know.
Hello.
I didn't do the tutorial.
No, but I mean like the
Alright.
positive and
I'm
minus
gonna shoot really
things
quick.
that you spent.
Sharp melee, cooking. That's it.
Oh, okay. Just all positive ones, no negatives.
No negatives.
I
Yeah.
got shit, and then I'll be
Oh,
ready.
and light eater, I eat less than other people.
Shit.
Pretty good.
I'm a somatic gastrologist.
It's like pooping. Okay.
Do you not poop on the radio?
It's important, I have to. Alright, I'm ready.
All right, right here.
I still
Lead the
wanna
way.
find
You
out what
remember
happens
the?
if you shit your pants.
Oh, I
Follow
gotta
me,
save this
squad.
ammo. I only have 13.
But I'm not willing to be the one to do that experiment.
Alright, we're gonna take a left at the top of the stairs.
I just realized we could have made a shield for Melody, but it should be fine.
Shields kind of suck.
I like the shield. It's better than not having a shield.
But if you once you level your melee up, you get that extra attack, and then you can't.
Yeah, but the shield is still a nice option. All right, everybody.
This way.
This is where we've been trying to get. This is how we're going to escape. Whoa! Look at all this. What the hell? What is this? They're switching. Oh, it's like a. Is this a shortcut?
Yeah, let's go down here.
I thought about it might be, but I didn't want to test it on my own when I saw that.
Where is it? Have we been?
I
here?
honestly don't remember, so.
Let's see.
Oh yeah, no,
something's-
it absolutely is.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, literally right in the plaza.
Oh my god, that's really good.
Yeah.
Nice.
Okay.
And what about down this
Looks
way?
like this will also open to be a
Ah.
second shortcut to this shortcut.
Oh no,
we're
I'm feeling a
checking
bit
out the other
tired.
downward side.
Does anyone have like a soda?
Nope.
No.
Whatever, I'll be fine. This is nothing,
This is tubes.
but there's more. Tunnel. Oh, I see green over there. The office sector.
I went to a store earlier and they had paintings, like fake or like prints.
Store.
And they had a print that was like Sunday in the Park, except it was all characters from The Office.
Oh, that's so
Awesome.
cool. Hey, there's a car over there.
That's
Look
not
at
a
that.
painting of Gollum.
Yeah.
Fuck
You
yeah.
bought that one, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, I think we gotta
Got it
go
above
back
the
up.
bed.
Alright.
I got it above the bed, so when you know what, never mind.
Huh, I wonder why it's not accessible.
Alright. Alright, let's.
I am here. I'm talking to Chad about SpongeBob.
Well, wait, hold on. Oh, I thought it was a first aid kit. Oh, hey, there's some stuff in here. I'll take a hammer.
Nice.
Manufacturing West.
Alright.
We finally made it.
I saw one of those like AI songs where people make it about SpongeBob or whatever, and they had a line in the song about piping Sandy cheeks, and I'm like, I still can't imagine. I can't imagine people who watch SpongeBob who are like, yeah, Sandy and SpongeBob are both straight and they're together. I cannot imagine, like, even if they're both straight, I cannot imagine them being together.
That's like, well, they're a boy and a girl, and they're in the same room.
They must be married because they're boy and girl.
That kind of shit's just insane. By the way, I just found a bunch of bags of cement and got here. Hold on, let me share them right away. I just got a bunch of recipes.
There's one character who's married in the entirety of SpongeBob, and the person they're married to is also not married to them.
Check it out. You all know how to make cement stuff.
Oh, walls could be useful.
We could build like houses in here, which would be funny.
No, SpongeBob and Sandy is a real case of them actually just being good friends.
SpongeBob and Sandy got married? Yeah, that's because they were in a play, remember?
Yeah.
That's like the fucking commercial for it was like SpongeBob and Sandy get married, and then you watch the episode and
Fake
like,
fan.
oh, it was a play.
SpongeBob is also like horribly racist too. So.
A little bit.
That's true.
Yo, have you? Okay.
Wait. Oh, there's guys.
How many there's probably a lot of relationships where the husband is racist as the wife.
Away from the windows.
Alright, what you got? What's going on? What's going on, lady?
At first, I thought it was an accident. Those creatures everywhere. But then these terrorists came, hunting us. Now I don't know what to believe. What do they want? If I can just get to the blacksmith, he'll know how to get out of here.
The blacksmith?
He's wired into this whole sector, and his forge is a fortress, so he should be safe. I think. I'll open the door for you now, but I'm telling you, they're shooting at anything that moves. Be careful.
Alrighty.
It's funny
Maybe
that they're
the
saying called
blacksmith
terrorists
knows
and
what
not the
happened to Fred
military.
and her team. Last I heard, they were down in the mines. Then the radio died, and all this started.
The radio.
Oh, look at that free slime!
I think this game was like funded by the New Zealand government, so that's probably why it's not just the military.
I think it's also they want to do a little bit of an SCP thing.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Like
Aren't the SCP people also kind of the military?
They super are.
Yeah, but they also have the anti-SCP organization, right?
Well, we've got.
Yeah, but that's stupid and came years later.
Wait, oh, don't go out there, don't go out there.
Oh, they're the
I don't think
SCP
we
unit.
can.
They're called the Kitsune. Shut the fuck up.
Should we go?
They wouldn't be called that. Shut up.
Should we go run synchrotron? Should I hit this?
Sure.
Doesn't work. Okay, so we do have to go this way.
Yeah.
Okay. I can't break. Wait, can I break
feel like
this?
the glass is really consistent in this game. Like, I feel like all unbreakable glass should have, like, the trussing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think the
Almost
unbreakable
like
glass
Half-Life.
should be yellow, and you can't target your drone on it like in Ban.
Melody, what are you thinking of this so far?
It's all right. I don't know.
You haven't tasted your soup yet.
We have different needs in video games. We are very different people.
Toilet.
Toilet.
Damn it! I was trying to lock you inside.
Oh, look at this. Anything here? Wow, I don't think there's any secret here.
We can probably fix this up.
I don't know. Let's keep moving.
You just gotta fix the dings. You just gotta suck them out with a suction cup.
What's this?
It's fine.
Oh, this opened it.
Yeah,
right?
I already hit that. That opened that.
I almost just fell in the manhole and died.
Whoa, wait, is that open? Is that like a... Oh, we came from
where we
there.
came in from.
Yeah, okay.
That shit's
That
open
should've been
manhole
fire.
style.
We should probably stay low.
Oh, okay. Did we get a gun for Melody?
I don't think
I want you to think about that.
Or even a crossbow?
I have my crossbow with me if you need it.
Okay, I'll take it if I need it.
Okay, we can open this way, which is
I kinda-
back to like...
Alright.
I kind of like just, learning stuff and doing stuff and making stuff myself. So,
That's fair.
getting
Yeah.
everything in the very beginning.
Oh, of course, yeah. But we are at a point where it's like, oh, fuck. You know. You want to, if we're about to fight people who are shooting at us, you want to have something to shoot back.
Can anyone hear me?
First aid kit.
This radio's talking.
I found salt.
Alpha, Bravo, whatever. Someone there?
Someone there?
Oh, hey, I'm over here in the crane. The glass is bulletproof, but these guys don't know the meaning of give up.
Oh, that's a big crane.
Some kind of code. Whatever. I
What
figure the
accent
best
is
thing I
this?
can do is distract them, so they don't notice poor suckers like you. I'm guessing you're looking for a way out. But first thing those trigger-happy assholes did was lock down the crossroads. You
I think
could
this is
push
New
straight
Zealand
through
trying to
if
be
you got
Boston.
the guts. Or you could get smart
This is a
and
New
work your
Zealander
way
who
around
learned how to
it. Head for
speak
the
like an
garage.
American
Try
from
and
Rizzo
touch base
from
with
the
blacksmith.
Muppets.
He ain't going anywhere. I know what I do.
Okay, so I guess we're going to the blacksmith.
There's a soda on the floor if anyone wants
The
it.
first person born in every U.S. city.
Oh, I need a soda. I do need a soda.
There's also a skip cookie if anyone wants that.
Oh, pick it up to potentially unlock new ideas.
I could use a cookie.
Here, I'll drop it. It said I would get new ideas, but I didn't. I guess I've never held a cookie before.
Yeah.
Are you like shaking these?
Yeah, I'm shaking them.
Oh,
it gives me strength and also
Oh, I want to do it.
drops food sometimes.
I want to try
Oh,
it.
there's
more
soldiers
soda.
down there.
What happened? Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, there's a lot of them.
How do you do
There's
it?
a lot, yeah.
Like 5 at least.
Do you just push them or?
You have to have a certain
Guys on the
strength.
roof.
Oh man. Yeah, we definitely don't want to be out here.
Guys on the roof.
There's so many.
Shall we?
Wait, anyone need water? We got water.
Yeah, we got more sodas. And also a cookie.
I'm not hungry. I'm hydrated.
I'll just grab these.
Any of the sodas give you?
I actually could eat something.
I don't think the sodas give you sleep.
I thought they did.
Caffeinated. Okay.
Yeah, keep shaking these damn machines.
All my stuff was full when we left, so I'm really a little sleepy. But
I thought I was full, but I think it's because I stayed up making all that damn soup that didn't fucking boil.
Right.
I guess I was scared. I thought you were like a ghoul. I thought you were like a soldier.
I need to change my character so I'm a woman.
Greetings.
You can change it anytime.
I mean,
thankfully.
I'm what?
You're using the femme body. It just doesn't really look that different.
Let's go.
I'm girl Stavovering.
Slay.
Oh hey, I just opened up that.
Oh.
That over there.
Do we? I guess we want to go there. I don't see any other paths.
Well, isn't there a ladder like over here?
Oh, there is. Is this garage access? That's what we want, right?
Yeah.
Garage.
We want to avoid walking right into them.
There's a tram station this way. We could like open another store. Oh yeah, don't. Oh my god, don't cross that line. I think that's the bad zone. So let's go here. Oh yeah, check. Wait, no, let Melody do it. Let Melody do it.
Oh yeah.
Melody, you want to try out that vacuum?
Nice. Blue hoses.
And JD is like, oh, that's lame. I hate that. That's not good.
I think it's kind of lame. It uses the battery too quickly, and it just takes up an inventory slot.
Ooh, that's a robot.
I can see why you think that. It is fun. I will say, if you like it, play Jastronauts. Yo, I got an MRE!
Fuck yeah.
I picked it up and I can't find it now. Oh, there it is.
Oh shit, hang on.
What we got?
There's a guy in there. There's a guy in there with
Should I sneak up and shoot him?
Yeah, get him.
I'm gonna hit him first. Kill him!
Get him.
He's tough.
Nice.
Carve him up! Carve him up! I'm taking his $1! I'm taking his $1!
Nice.
Oh,
There's
bullets.
9mm rounds.
Bullets for me.
Caro.
An arm. A
A
skull.
freaking arm.
I got an arm.
Yay.
A can of peas. Nachos!
Did you see what's on the can of peas?
Yeah, nachos.
I'll share my nachos if people want, because I can't eat all these nachos
You see what the
myself,
can
and I
of
don't
peas
wanna
say?
drink everything. What?
You see what the can of peas say?
Oh, TV.
No.
Take a look at the can of peas.
How?
You can put them on the ground and then just kind of look at them. Oh, coffee. Thank God I need coffee. Can you shake the coffee machine, Eclipse? Or do I just have to buy coffee?
No, you just have to buy coffee.
I'll buy coffee. It's a funny Easter egg.
Oh yeah, I saw y'all talking about this on another stream. So.
Yeah.
Hey, those are math.
Hey,
Yeah,
they're watching TV weird in here.
Oh, gross.
It's a, what do they call those things in the
Conversation pit.
Exactly.
You know that scene?
Oh.
You know that scene in Nope? That's what this reminds me of.
Oh my god.
There's a sleepable bed or sleepable
Oh
couch
yeah.
if anyone needs
I
to...
could use a lie down. I just had coffee though, so I should be okay, but
Okay.
let me just rest. No one, please no one stab me to death. Okay, I'm good.
Foundry's right there.
So, oh yeah, I should look at this too. We should, so we're here.
My inventory's
So we
full.
wanna go north.
We want to go north into the, is this like a huge open area? Surface, okay, yeah, I see. The surface tunnel is right there, and they're just blocking it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess we're going to the east.
Okay.
Oh, I have more coffee. I got a few sips, I guess.
Love that wet sound.
It's good.
Wet gulp sound.
There we go.
Do you like this?
I picked up the fridge, so my
I can throw a skull.
so my my income vent is full, but
All right. Are you in red or
drop
yellow?
that if we need maximum vent.
You might want to
I
drop
can
some other stuff so you can gain the XP. I can carry it for you.
Well, I want to bring the fridge home. Is the thing.
Oh, I know, but I mean, like, drop some other stuff and then I'll carry it for you.
I'm not carrying other stuff.
Oh, it's okay. It's just that heavy.
Fun fact: this is where I live in my solo playthrough.
Oh yeah. What
Fun
made you
fact,
decide
that's where I
to?
live.
What made you
That's where
decide?
I live.
Blacksmithing gloves.
I made this.
Interesting. Does anyone want these blacksmithing gloves? They're like super
Yo,
heavy.
welding mask.
What? Hey, if you're gonna take that, you can have these too. Oh yeah, let's take the item tech with us. We can like scrap anything we aren't using.
I'm the welder.
Fuck yeah. Do you have perks on that?
Oh, I just got perks.
Yeah, if you check like if you hit X, it'll show like buffs and debuffs. Oh no,
I can't hear over the fucking vacuum.
Sorry, I said if you press X, it'll show your buffs and debuffs, and like armor set stuff is in there.
Don't see anything. Nope.
Nope. Okay. There's a bunch of good stuff here if you wanna. Oh, I want that. Tesla coil with a fire extinguisher, really? Okay.
Yeah, I just got a lot of stuff. Let me shell some.
Alright,
Sorry,
I
I
have
didn't
fire
mean to talk
extinguisher.
over you.
Here, I'll share this idea I just got. Oh, I got it. Hold on. I'm brainstorming, everybody. Check this out.
Are you gonna just craft randomly?
No, like, you picking up items or, like, leveling up stuff will give you ideas. And then you can do, like, a little mini game to put it together. And then once you've learned a recipe, you can just share it with everybody.
Listen, we've all seen Jimmy Neutron, okay?
It really is just like
I know what a brain blast is. All
yeah,
right.
like look in your crafting menu right now. You'll see the mini game for some of this stuff. Anything that's...
There was a.
Oh no, I've been doing that this whole time.
Oh, okay.
Has this mechanic.
Sorry, what'd you say?
Yeah, we're playing it.
There was a Jimmy Neutron game that had basically this mechanic as like its central mechanic.
That's pretty cool. Makeshift toilet. Oh, we need this, don't we, for getting more excrement?
Tell you, hold your.
Oh my god.
Kind of unholy about what you just said.
Scrap shot? Sorry, I'm making reinforced wooden plank. Well, I bet wooden plank goes into that. Thermal mallet?
Yeah, I think I unlocked like a gravity hammer.
Oh.
Yo, Halo 3
It
gravity
can
hammer?
burn things. I gotta have that. I gotta make that.
Oh yeah, the thermal hammer.
Oh yeah,
I got Giga Glue and I thought it said Googa Glue.
Try using your vacuum on the computers.
Okay, but I'm already like full of everything.
Oh, okay.
I have glue on me. If you want to give me the glue, I can stack those.
I have no glue.
Okay, here's
Good evening.
Giga.
Today's power. Primary information in this sector.
Oh, power's going down.
Shortly.
Oh, should we like go back to that little thing and just camp out for the night? Oh, I can't carry any of these computer parts.
We could do that, or we could use that as a chance to push, because it'll be harder for the guys to see us.
Like sneak by them? Just
Yeah.
Okay, that
We've
sounds
barely
fine.
made it in here at all. We should keep going.
Okay, let's go.
Yeah, we walk like 10 feet, and that's an expedition.
All right.
Do y'all
I want to explore.
Yeah, where's your toilet?
Oh, there's a guy right there.
Hang on.
This is where my toilet
Eclipse is showing me your toilet.
Others say.
Nice.
Literally just in this room.
And you climb up here, and it's like, whoa, I'm above the toilet.
Yeah, exactly.
So are these
and
like...
you can like drop in there like.
I don't know how to tell you
from
this.
Minecraft.
There's a bathroom just down the hall.
Yeah, but I need to have a makeshift one so that I can collect feces.
I mean, we could theoretically...
What's wrong with y'all?
You need feces to make
yeah, there's a guy
bombs?
in there.
There's so much in here. Holy shit. Okay. Oh.
Shit.
Should I get him? Should I do him? Hold on. I'll check and see if there's more. There's more. There's more. There's more. Disengage. Disengage. There's...
Okay.
Wait, we'll go in here. Here, I'll hack it.
Yeah, I hacked it.
You did? Oh,
Yep.
okay.
Yep.
Bathroom. Toilet.
Bathroom.
Why did they lock the bathroom? That's fucked up.
Yeah.
Oh.
You need clearance 1 to access the bathroom in manufacturing. You know where
Yo,
like
there's a syringe.
Oh, nice. Are y'all just hiding in the stalls?
I'm shitting in the stalls.
Kidding.
I see.
Oh. How am I? Oh, I'm hungry. I'm gonna have, Anyone got anything to eat, or should I start working into my soup?
I got nachos.
You know what? I brought...
Fancy stuff.
I'll have some soup and I'll have some
I got
nachos.
skip.
Oh wait, never mind. I'm
I
like
got
full now.
I got a cookie.
Okay. Is it time? We sneaking by?
Yeah, let's slip by this way.
Go. Alright.
Oh shit.
I'm a bit.
He's coming. This guy's coming
It's
too.
absolutely Siberian.
Ratman.
He's seeing me. Wait, no, this guy doesn't care. Just let that guy go.
Yeah, let him go. Do you want to just get this guy?
Fuck, he's seen me.
Take him out. Nice.
That guy exploded into ammo.
Yeah, give me that. I think I'm the only one who could use
They're
those
military
bullets.
electronics.
Hey, this game does a good job of making the soldiers dangerous to us. Oh my god, no!
Uh-oh.
I think I killed it. I think I killed it.
No, it's not dead. It's not dead.
Oh, I shot you. I'm sorry.
Okay.
How are we all doing?
I'm doing it.
Okay, Eclipse, let me heal you. You're in bad shape.
Okay, thank you.
Cool Oddworld monster.
Yeah.
Anybody bleeding? Everybody good?
Thank you.
Paramite pie.
Is there anyone left?
My pistol is almost
I
done.
picked up a pipe wrench.
I still eat scrab cakes.
Oh, what is this? Where are we? Oh, there's...
That's probably to the shuttle, so we probably shouldn't open it.
I don't...
Well, this is to the garage, right?
Will be
Yeah, this is empty.
in 3,
Let's
Oh,
open
okay,
it.
that's good.
2,
Forklift.
Anybody want to pick up this water?
reset complete.
Having good dreams?
So the forklift requires a power cell. We did just have a we had a portal reset, so we could get more potentially.
This is kind of a...
IS-173, the aptly named Pest, is intriguing in part for the similarities it bears to so much early
Am I
life
in your
on
way?
Earth. Based on certain genetic parallels, and indeed its genetic structure, Dr. Pendleton has identified some striking
I found
similarities
someone down
to
here.
early life on Earth. But until we gather more information, her theory remains a theory at best.
Getting a little crowded down here.
I found someone.
You're evacuating,
Yeah.
aren't you? And trying to keep out of sight. I know the feeling. But I can't think about it right now. Frake asked me to get something from the blacksmith. She's got a plan to get us out of here. It's extreme, but it just might work.
Okay.
It's not what I
I'll be
sound
going soon. I'm sure Frake's worrying about me.
I'm going into some vents now. I don't really know what I'm doing, but I like exploring.
Hi, Captain. I'm recharging my
like.
vacuum.
Jaeger counters recommended for this area. I think I should just get on this elevator immediately.
Yeah.
y'all?
I'm running around in the vents right now. I'm just seeing what I can find.
Okay.
I think I'm... I don't really know if I'm finding much, but maybe I'll open a path or something in here. Hey, Eclipse, how close are we to catching up with where you got in your solo stuff?
Not very close.
Oh my god.
Why did I just vomit? Free gun! What's going on? Why am I vomiting?
There's a ghoul. There's a monster around. Be careful. Are y'all okay? I heard free gun and then a bunch of shooting.
Hey,
You're
roboting on my end, by the way.
You're roboting. I'm fighting an Exor.
Hello.
Help me get this guy.
I guess I thought they should go la la la, but I'm seeing if I'm robotic.
It's an Exor.
Fuck. He keeps teleporting out of the way of my bullets.
So I'm not radiated. Oh wait, no, it says I am radiated. What the fuck? It's like mixing.
What kind of you said you got a gun? Yo! Oh man, mine's about to break. I could use one of those.
If anybody has any like iodine to give Melody, that would be good.
Shit, I don't have any radiation stuff.
I got iodine.
We found oh, we need class 2. I found a radio in here.
I'm dropping 2 iodine.
Oh wait, I did find a terminal over here if we all want to I think we just wait, where was it? Oh no, up here. Hey, I found a terminal. I'm gonna read off of it. Data leakage from M. Shepard. Greetings, Bridget. I'm not sure if this is your department, but I ran a full spectrum noise analysis on our sector's communication network last week.
When I have my thing closed, it says like you're heavily radiated.
I have strong evidence that there is leakage from our network, i.e. someone has gained external access. I'm happy to show you my data, or if not you, can you tell me who I should report this to? B. Badwell. Thanks, Moira. Good work. We'll take it from here. I can't access my files now. They're not your files, Moira. They're Gates' files. Don't discuss this with anyone without authorization. Evidence.bmp. It's something. I don't know. Teleporting rats? From Shrine at Cascade. Attention all staff. As you know, we have had a bit of a rat problem throughout Cascade, and my team is working diligently to solve the problem. This is all going quite fine until we saw, quite literally, a rat appeared out of thin air! Purple light and thunderbolts. I thought we had a gas leak for a moment, but we checked the security tapes. Look, we are perfectly capable of dealing with any rodent infestation on this planet, but if someone is teleporting rats in from Universe 432718 or God knows where, that is another matter entirely. If anyone has further information on where these rats are coming from, please let us know. Thanks, and best of luck with your science. Stanley Rain, Janitorial Supervisor. Yes, caught one little fellas if anyone needs it back. Oh, the picture's really good. You all need to come look at this picture when I read this after I read this last email. Spelling from S. Stewart. Gaston, we need to be consistent here. Once and for all, we're using U.S. or British spelling. We're dealing with super powerful otherworldly artifacts, and we can't even agree on a dictionary. From G. Okay, I'm not going to spoil the last one. Everyone come look at the terminal. You should all look at the rat photo and read the last email. It's really good. It's really good. Well, you do have any 9mm ammo to spare, though?
Do I have any what?
9mm ammo that you can spare.
I just got this shit.
Is there a bathroom?
If you don't have much, it's fine. I'll make do.
Wait, where's my... I don't... Oh, it's in my gun.
Oh, okay, well, then, yeah, then of course not.
I think it is. I don't see it in my inventory.
By the way, do you have a makeshift flashlight or a regular flashlight?
Makeshift.
Oh, okay. You can tape a flashlight to that pistol. And just use it as a flashlight.
We have plenty of like real flashlights at home.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Flat Hill spawns one every time we go in.
I love watching people
I don't know if
type.
there's a meaningful difference though. I mean, any flashlight is good.
I think the main difference is probably that you can use the regular flashlights like to tape them to weapons. Everyone looked at the rat and the spelling thing.
I've seen the rat.
You've seen the rat? All right, we all good? I don't know where to go. This area is huge. I'm overwhelmed.
Yeah, it's pretty.
You're going to the vents? All right. Yeah, maybe you'll find what I couldn't find. Eclipse, I can already see why you made your base here. There's so fucking much to do.
Yeah, it's also just very central.
What do we all think of possibly moving here as well? I can't hear anyone. You got to use your radios.
There are enough
It
shortcuts.
depends on how many guys respawn.
Oh my god, the tram is here. Hey, do we want to go back for like a second?
Oh yeah, we can take the tram.
I'm opening something. I hope it was a good idea.
Gotta go take my first shit.
Oh, come on. We'll oh, there's a map here. I'm gonna ping.
Yeah, there was a map in the.
Oh, I didn't see a map you could take though.
Oh, takeable, yeah.
Yeah. I think we want to take the tram back to unload our items and get all healed and shitted up.
If we can access the tram, yeah, we need to send that back.
Yeah, let's all. I'm gonna ping again. Let's all meet up over here. There's also a map over
the area
here.
that we're set up in is not that far from the from this and other things.
Yeah, if we have the
there's
tram,
enough
then
shortcuts,
we should be
that's not really an
fine.
issue. Yeah, the tram.
All right, here's Melody. Make sure you there's a map here. Whenever you see one of these maps on the walls, they usually have a little portable map you can take and put in your little PDA. All right, let's go. Who wants to?
Okay.
It's just like Half-Life.
No idea what is going on, do you?
You have access to your account.
Is that true? Do you have access to my account?
That's scary. Don't do that.
It's wild how big this facility is.
I like that this is like an actual tram.
Yeah, this is cool.
Yeah. Like, the entire facility is, like, physically extant in a way that I think is really fun.
Oh my god, is that okay? That's just the loot guy. That's fine. He's not gonna wipe us out.
Yeah, just the goblin.
Could sneak up on him and poke him.
Honest.
What do you say?
Damn it.
Do it. Do him.
Got him. Nice.
Ow. Another free rat scanner.
Another free skull. We can get brains from those.
It just does 12 damage. Same as a wrench.
Oh, by the way, be careful going back. We have traps all over this area.
I know.
Just making sure, because I almost run into them constantly.
Hey, I'm gonna wash off really quick.
Oh yeah, if anyone needs to wash off, we got the water out here for it.
I'm covered in human blood, and a lot of it is not my own.
I need to see if we have the stuff to make a shotgun.
Oh yeah.
Hell
I
yeah.
don't think so,
we're
because we
out
need
of
like
power
rebar.
cells.
We went and got those power cells earlier, so.
Yeah, but I think they might have been used, because we've had people
Just
coming in and
about
out.
boiling up.
But I can a lot
I
of stuff's
almost
going
got
on.
creature do not kill.
We need another items thing. Another crate.
I love items.
Here, I'm making another
Yeah, miscellaneous objects too.
Okay, we have a full fridge, it's not plugged in.
Nice. I can get that set up. Let me get a battery going.
This is not the best layout, but it's coming together.
If we could have this level up like all the time, I would come in here and like organize all this shit.
Whoa,
honestly.
new idea. For pauldrons.
How is everybody health-wise? I have medicine and stuff.
I'm
Full health.
I'm doing pretty good.
I kind of stayed out of the action.
You good, you said?
I'm full health.
Okay. I'll put this stuff away.
Oh yeah, Julie, take one of these regular flashlights out of weapons and tools. You can just put that on your gun. Actually, you don't even need to take it out. We have a thing on the crafting bench that pulls from the inventory. So long as something is in these, you just have access to it. Doesn't work on the forge, on the repair and salvage station though, which sucks.
What should I put the wrench?
That's a tool. Weapons and tools, you know?
Is it a tool?
Yeah, sure, it's a tool. I mean, or if it's not a tool, it's a weapon. They go in the same thing.
Oh, I can make a scrap shot.
Oh, you can already?
Yeah.
Shit. Can I make one?
Oh, it uses a power cell and we only have one. So
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, we all have our things if you want to have the scrap shot.
Yeah, go ahead. I can get us more. In fact, I'm gonna go do a portal run, just really quick.
Are you sure? Because we're like ready to go right back out into the field.
Y'all, I've been there.
Okay, if you insist. You have played this game like 5 times as much as everybody. Yeah, nice flashlight.
Yeah, I'll get us.
Me
some
too.
more power
I
cells,
was peer
'cause we're gonna
pressure
want
to
more
do
guns and
this.
stuff.
But it's good, right? Now you don't have to hold a flashlight. You can have a gun at all times.
Alright, I will be.
I need to charge mine.
Just gonna quickly run up there.
Love items. We all love items, George Cthulhu. Whose vacuum is this?
Someone's.
It is fully
'Cause
charged.
the thing is, me and JD
That's
have
mine.
a bunch of.
That's yours? Oh,
shortcuts
here you
on
go.
the last,
I don't want it, though.
Flat Hill run,
Well, you don't want it.
So.
Why don't you want it?
I just don't want
Alright,
Y'all are
I'll
vacuum
leave that.
cleaners. I'm putting this in
Y'all feel
tools.
free to keep exploring. I'm just gonna quickly do a Flat Hill run to get us some more power cells.
I want to build a thermal mallet, but I don't think I can use it.
I could use it. If you build it, I'll use it.
I'm not sure if I'm strong enough.
I might.
Oh, it's a one-hander.
Oh, is it? Oh, damn. Okay.
Yeah.
Can I also make one? That'd be nice to replace my...
I can make 2 if you want.
Can you make 2 energy bricks and I'll just... if you make 2 energy bricks, I'll go ahead and craft 1, mallet for myself.
I made 2.
Okay, good.
I'm currently doing sharp weapons, so I'm probably gonna wait until we get the next spear.
Okay, you can make 1.
Yeah, give me.
I made 2 energy bricks, I meant to say.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
I think you're holding one. It still says there isn't energy bricks in here.
I just made the other mallet. Don't know.
Okay. Fuck, yes! Oh, so this needs to charge, huh? That's fine.
Yo, there's a swimming pool?
Yeah?
Yeah.
Well, it's more of a bathtub now, but yeah.
Where'd the vacuum... Where did my... Oh, there's my vacuum. What's going on? What? Where's my stuff going? I swear to God, my items are disappearing sometimes.
Yeah, hell yeah.
My pistol.
You had it in your hands.
Yeah, I did, and now there's a vacuum there. Oh no, I'm charging
Carol,
it.
go to the vacuum thing.
Yeah, I know. I forgot I put it to charge. I know. I forgot.
The pistol was in the charge inside.
I know. I forgot. I had to charge my flashlight. All right. Got my spear. I should repair my spear. Ooh, this thing looks cool. Melody, while I'm down here, do you want me to make you a shield?
Nah, I'm good.
Okay. was I gonna do?
Are we gonna wait for Eclipse, or are we gonna go ahead and keep exploring? Because I kind of wanted to go check something.
Eclipse said to keep exploring.
Yeah.
I keep trying to remember, there was something on level 3 that I swear we needed to make a, like, an infrared thing to put in, but... I would have to go back, and I don't know if I want to go back if we're gonna keep exploring.
Yeah. We don't, I don't want to go for that much longer, too, since it's, like, almost 10, but... Yeah, let's just get back to exploring. Are we all... Okay, we're here. Alright, by the way, Melody, I don't know if you already got it. There's another map here, but... To be honest, I don't really look at the maps and everything that much.
You know.
Yeah, you should be able to catch back up with us pretty easily, so it shouldn't be an
I'm not
issue.
too worried about it.
I'm hopping on the tram.
It would be nice if you make me a shotgun, though.
Yeah, I can make you a shotgun when I get back.
Who wants to pull the... Who wants to hit the switch? I guess I can do it.
Which one?
Some magazines.
Okay, I guess it only back works.
I do feel like there are probably some other shortcuts that we've missed, because like there's a lot of locked doors that I'm noticing that are kind of on the path.
This is really cool.
That might have been what I was talking about. It might have just ended up being a shortcut.
Yeah, I mean like in Flat Hills, not
Oh, yeah. Yeah, there was a bunch of, like, the front door to the arcade, stuff like that.
Yeah, I just found another one. Like, right in front of the building that you go into to, like, escape the first two, giants, there's a locked, like, chain link door.
Yeah.
Oh, I guess I already have that.
Yeah, I think you grabbed it on the way in. Okay, so this
I should
is...
probably be careful.
Oh, here's the
not doing
forge!
Too much, because I might get killed.
We can meet the... We're here already.
You come from?
Look at this guy. This fucking Moltar over here.
Cocky.
Yeah.
Look, we don't got a lot of time.
It's
Radio's out. Frake's gone AWOL. And the place is crawling with gunned-up psycho cowboys. They ain't shut me down yet. But folk like you need to be getting to the surface tunnel. Roadway's locked up tight, so you need to find a way through the security doors up there. Maybe you can hack through somehow. They don't exactly leave the codes lying around, if you know what I mean. If you need something, though, I can help. Equipment, gear, whatever. I can make it if you got what I need.
What is this, he's got a pot.
Oh, keypad tilted.
Unbelievable.
That's solder, okay.
I got a lot of fabrication gear back here.
So...
You need something I can
time to
make
brain blast.
Ooh, like
you got
melting
something
down?
to trade. Getting a little low on some necessities back here.
So we need our keypad hacker, a power cell, military electronics, and reinforced hose, which we have to make.
And some more nachos.
And we don't know how to make that yet. What's the other thing? A forge.
I said make me a gun, but also we might need that to make TL2 keypad things. So.
Oh yeah, true. How do you do that? I forget.
Let me.
Oh right, you need power cells for them.
Keypad hackle, power cell, military electronics, and reinforced hose.
Okay, that's not too bad.
Oh, he can turn
That may
stuff
honestly
in
be
the.
one of the easier,
Look at this. We can
like,
turn items and other items here. Trade. There's a trader.
I do not want to go back this way.
I didn't expect that. We can get like. Whoa, there's a lot. So we need to start capturing more wisps and we can get rebar.
I foolishly went to the way where the library is, and I immediately turned around.
Chemicals.
Do not want to be in there.
We can get hazmat suits out of whatever the hell that is.
Oh, we need to get a bunch more wisps because that's a good way to get rebar.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
He needs to get that.
Melody, where'd you go? Where's everybody?
I'm
here you
breaking
are.
stuff.
We found a thing we put items in and get other items.
Oh yeah, I was here when we came up here, so.
Mapping center. I'm going to the mapping center. Oh, this looks like a huge thing. I might not want to go very far into here.
I think the mapping center is like a dead end on the map, right?
I see a guy. I'm gonna kill him.
Maybe I don't remember correctly. So do we want to make a shotgun? Do you want a shotgun, JD, or do you want me to save it for the hacking kit stuff?
Technically, we only need one for the hacking kit.
I would
Try
love
have
a
two
shotgun
each time we go
personally.
to-
I'll be honest.
Yeah, and also we'll.
I would like a shotgun.
Oh, hand drill?
I can get some shotguns gun.
By the way, the thermal hammer thing we can make now, really good.
I just found a fire extinguisher.
Oh, we can make a we can make a hand drill now. That's like better than a screwdriver. Oh. Oh.
That was absolute bullshit. I was on the elevator and I just fell through the floor. What the hell?
Kevin, where did you go? Can you ping me real quick?
Just to the right of the forge guy, there's just a little like a little area. There's not really much over here. I'm getting some hose. Oh, hey, when we find those radios, we should break them. They have military electronics in them. That's one of the things we need for the new hacking level. But I think I've got like everything in here.
I'm assuming reinforced hoses we'll probably have to make ourselves.
Maybe, yeah.
Elevator.
Oh yeah, yeah. Here I can share. Well, I can't share it yet, but
killed
it's.
by that office chair that's on the elevator in Flat Hill.
Oh, is that squashing you?
I think what's happening is it's like causing me to clip through the floor of the elevator and then fall all the way down.
Should we? I don't know if us being there could help at all.
I don't think so. I'll try it one more time. So I think I've just been standing in the middle of the elevator and not thinking about it.
Oh.
Then again, there might be.
I think I lost y'all.
Use a shortcut to bypass that.
You see my
I think I
ping?
forgot to say that into the thing. You might be able to use a shortcut to bypass the elevator. I don't know.
Maybe.
By the way, it's B to use emotes if you want to ping back. Show where. Oh, there you are. You got a guy? Oh, this is this. Okay.
I gotta say, the mysterious elevator office chair that kills you is very SCP.
Hey, I do remember bringing an office chair into there, and it just kind of moving with the elevator. I hope I didn't get you fucking killed.
It's very funny.
You're not with Julia, right?
I'll be going soon. I'm sure
okay.
Frake's worrying about me.
That explains why I didn't know where she was, because she's under the fucking ground.
Oh, you found that lady?
I found bags of soil.
Oh, those are good.
Okay, I'm back to the
Look at it.
Oh, I think I've opened a shortcut.
Heading home.
I'm getting as many screws as I can, so that I can, if I make that screw shotgun.
We can also make screws. You just need metal scraps. But it is
Oh! Killed another alien.
What do you mean, shut off the sign?
What sign? Where?
The sign says, oh, it's got a light on it. You can shut off the light.
You gotta keep that shining
Now
bright.
that we've killed the people here, yeah, I think this is like a viable base.
Yeah, but if we have the tram, we don't really need to. Oh, but we can live in the back of a truck. I could have a bedroom in here.
Garage has respawning soldiers, but then again, it's like kind of a good form for them because eventually they're kind of just a nuisance, you know.
Y'all are saying we should live here, and we're next to literal toxic waste.
Millimeter ammo and 9mm pistols.
I would
military
love
tech,
pistols.
Technically next to waste everywhere.
skulls.
This place is a hold on, I need to pull up my map. I'm actually like, how do we find the fucking map? I can never remember.
We are lost!
Let's see, I go back here, I click... Okay, manufacturing, okay. Oh my god, okay, so the foundry is there. What are we need the hacking tools, which I guess is we're just waiting on Eclipse. Plot oversight. Caves unmapped. That's interesting.
Be careful whenever you go into melee, by the way, because I have accidentally shot people in the past.
We do not have enough military electronics to make the tier 2 hacker.
Oh, I've got a bunch on me. I've got a ton on me.
Pull the trigger, I kinda can't.
Should I head home with them?
Yeah, sure.
Anybody else carrying military electronics right now?
I don't think so.
Oh shit, I've only got
can't make
one though.
reinforced hose yet, so that's another.
I've only got one actually. I thought I had more. We should all look. Everyone split up. Look for those like little green radios. If you break them down, there's military electronics in those. That's probably a bad direction to go.
I definitely saw at least 2.
Yeah, like there's one that was like a thing you talked to, but then there were others that. Oh, found one. Okay. I am up to 2 military electronics now. Wait a minute. No! No! No, I found a forklift, but I can't drive it. It's not working yet. This would be so good. We could do.
You gotta have something to mod into it.
It needs a power cell. We need power cells for the forklift, and we can drive it. Can we drive the Jeep? There's a Jeep up here. Holy shit! Hang on. Oh no, it's just. Yeah, holy shit! This forklift is like a usable vehicle that we can store stuff in, and. Oh man.
Yeah, it was kind of spoiled for me in the control setup, but apparently vehicles are a thing.
Oh, I knew vehicles were a thing from that as well, and also like you drive in on one, but yeah, holy shit, that does kind of make me want to like, I don't know, I want to do something with this. That's cool.
I think I may found a path forward.
Oh yeah? Oh, okay.
These soups are still cooking. I don't know what's going on.
Well, hopefully next time we play this, it'll be normal.
I'm gonna try just putting them on the stove that's like already here.
Oh, I see.
My friend, this is no place for the careless. I need to get to the surface tunnel, but the soldiers are waiting. I'm sure of it. I heard screams from their camp, a slaughter. But they are not done for yet. Somehow they knew this chaos was coming. How? There are spies among us. Must we become spies ourselves? I must disable the security doors. No system is perfect. There will be a weakness. I will not be left to die down here. It seems our research is not as secret as we thought. I believe they have been watching us for
Primary
years.
illumination in this sector will be ceasing shortly. Have a safe and successful evening.
Hey Kevin, have you put peas in soup yet?
I think we do have a recipe for that actually,
Let me know
yes.
when y'all are ready to like.
You should do that.
Dude, check out what I fucking found. Check out what I found.
Oh shit.
I don't know where y'all went.
Sorry, here, I'll ping you.
Kevin,
We found... Oh yeah, I'm playing mine. Check it out. I'll wait for you by the thing we found.
At the top of the garage up the hill.
Check, isn't this shit cool?
You look like the Risk of Rain miner.
Do you want this since you're still just using that little little rat thing? You want this big
How much
thing?
damage does it do?
Pre-established burner for like a
This
second.
does
Cook them fully.
35.
Oh, that's way better than mine.
Apparently it has a strength thing, so you're gonna be really slow swinging it though. That's why I'm swinging
maybe not.
slow too.
Hey, y'all should look in the next room.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, fuck yeah, that looks normal. Okay, I'll touch it.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay.
This is cool. There's Skrunks.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know where we are.
There's power cells.
Well, apparently in the active Oscar detail.
Look at that. Easy. This game is easy. It's for babies. Let's harvest materials.
Okay, Camus is gonna do his thing.
Easy. This place is full of 100 monsters.
Do they make portals just to save time going from one part of the
Any
base? to the
colder
other?
and I'll be homeostatic.
Maybe.
Okay, so I may have gotten a little too excited. There's a lot of dogs in here. Oh, I'm back in the, hey, I'm gonna go ahead and slop this thing into the, forklift.
Unknown facility access detected.
We're gonna have a portal storm. Hey, there's like a lot of guys around.
Oh, gang, I think our base is about to be attacked by a bunch of order guys.
Oh. We should go back. Yeah, protect our things so they aren't all destroyed. Okay, I'm at the tram now. Where's everyone else?
Portal.
Oh, y'all can just leave. I just left.
Did he?
Somehow they're coming in from the bathrooms, which implies a lot about,
Are y'all almost out? Cause I might want to run back to Eclipse.
Go ahead.
Y'all really should. They're attacking your stuff.
I'm coming. I'm on the tram. I'm going to Eclipse.
Yeah, I'm in a lot of trouble here. There's two of them.
I'm on my way. Pull in the station now. God, there's the fucking robot though. Do you think luring the robot over there would be good or bad?
Okay, I got him.
Oh, okay. The robot is out here hurting one of our traps.
I got a military pack from one of them.
Oh shit, we should give that to JD. Because we all have the good backpacks already.
Yeah, that's true. This is
Any
slightly
bullets
better,
on these? Well, I need a gun. My gun is broken now.
Here, I'll... Oh shit. Hey. God damn it.
Oh fuck. Hold on, I got a good thing.
Sometimes it is difficult to tell an ending from a beginning.
They're still just sleeping there. That's fine.
Oh. Oh god, I stabbed you in the back of the head, I'm sorry.
It's fine.
Fuck yeah.
Cut them up.
Oh, a lot of new recipes.
Okay, you're good.
That was scary. That's out of power. Oh, I guess, okay.
I must say, I am feeling a bit under the weather.
I got us. Hold on, I got us something cool. Check this out. We got a glowing plant.
Hell yeah.
I'm gonna water the plants while you use
Are y'all
away.
surviving, by the way?
Yeah, I killed the guys who came in here.
Yeah, I'm watering the garden too.
I must be coming down with something.
So you're badly irradiated.
I'm fine. I can handle a little stink.
Oh, you said you had a
We're just gonna let
military tech, right?
Let them
Oh yeah, hold on.
solve.
You wanna toss me that and I'll get you a...
Oh, I put it in
You wanna
electronics.
toss me,
little flowers.
you wanna toss me that in your hacking kit and I'll get you set up?
Oh, sure, yeah. There you go. Everything else is already in electronics.
Cool.
Way back out. Oh, you have a ammo. Okay.
Oh wait, we need reinforced hose. I totally lied. Take this back.
Okay.
How do we... I actually don't remember how you get reinforced hose.
We gotta make it out of
Attention.
let me
This
see.
sector is
I can make how much do we need?
security measures.
Can you share the recipe?
Oh yeah, sure.
And wait for security assistance.
Oh, it's steel cable. That's right. I forgot
Hold on, I have one steel cable I'm gonna put into, I guess, basic materials.
I
Yeah, that'd be
feel
good.
suboptimal.
I would like to just put that in my inventory for a second.
Hazard
Cool.
crate. Oh, well the hazard crates, these might be a lot better.
Yeah, we need more of the steel fiber.
We're really hitting another tier of shit, huh? Oh, it doesn't leak radiation! That's really good.
We have, like, no fresh water. I'm just realizing.
Oh, we gotta get boiling. Too bad the boiling
Yeah.
doesn't work anymore. Medium crates?
Oh no, a lot. Oh, it all got used up. That's no good. Okay.
Transmogrifier.
Peace suit.
Oh, we can change the appearance of our gear. Interesting. Oh, is this just like the character creation thing? But in-game?
I'm not sure.
A lot of this stuff is taking power cells, but we're getting... I need rest. Oh! Oh shit, it's after 10. Do we have like... Hey, it's like after 10. Do we have anything we could like do right now or that we really want to do or...
Not mine.
I don't know, but someone left their pistol on the ground again.
Oh, no, that's my broken pistol. I'm scrapping it. Because you can't repair these.
Don't scrap it.
It's unfortunate, but you know.
Oh, did that shotgun get made?
Oh yeah, I didn't ever make the shotgun. You can make it yourself.
Oh, where's... Julie, here you go. Since I don't have a pistol anymore, have my bullet.
I was busy fighting an army of soldiers that came in here. Oh, two guys, whatever. That's an army.
Yeah, I kind of didn't get here fast enough to help, but...
That's alright.
Right.
Is that one ammo?
That's all I had left. It was what was in the gun.
I'm gonna go find an alien to shoot real quick.
Alien hunting! Alien hunting! I want a shotgun too! Chat, how have y'all enjoyed the stream tonight? Still enjoying these? I feel like we didn't really do much this time, but...
We checked out the new area.
We found a new area. And that's something. Get some rest.
I could craft a cross.
I could craft a crossbow, but I know JD already had an extra or something. I am sleeping. I'm sleeping.
I put my extra crossbow in the weapons thing.
Scraps.
On it. It was like tons of bolts and melting.
Thank you.
Hey, we should bundle these guys. Can we get like skulls off of them?
Yeah, skulls and military limbs.
Oh, you can tie a flashlight to any gun, actually. Okay. You can do it with the scrap guns, too.
What do you need to get the recipe for that?
I have the gun. And then look up that gun again, and you'll see a recipe for, the gun with the thing.
I don't have that.
You can do it with the scrap, with the shotgun, at least. See? Check it
I
out.
saved with the shotgun, but not the pistol.
Can you share the recipe with me so I can figure out what the outlier
Oh, sure.
is?
Oh dear. I don't feel right at all.
There you go. I shared everything I have. Looks like you have it. Wow, I'm super irradiated.
Flashlight bust. Yeah, I'm curious how you do the pistol. Do you maybe need a makeshift?
I'm taking some... I don't know, because for the scrap gun, it just said, like, do the, you know... Like, use a regular one.
Huh. Extra flashlight.
I'm taking some iodine. I'm in a rough state. Alright. Soup. Ooh, man.
No,
We got some cool stuff.
Yeah, it looks like there's not one. That's fucked up.
I think the scrap pistol might be too small.
Was that me?
I think so.
I don't think I was irradiated.
Let me,
The vomit?
There's a reason why I took this magazine.
I'm extremely irradiated.
No.
I mean, I was
It
extremely
still
irradiated.
says I have a tingle.
Yeah,
It's probably 'cause
you're all fine. I got super irradiated, I think, from holding the, I was holding a power cell for a while, so... But I took some iodine.
Got, like, radiation from being around that.
Yeah, I took some
Yeah,
iodine.
presumably there's,
Oh, by the way, for stuff like the power cells, we now have a, we got something really cool we can make. We need a magazine stand and reinforced wooden planks, but
I just made that.
Oh, you did? You made a
I just
hazard
made
crate?
that. Yep.
Yeah, we can put all our radiated shit in this.
Yeah.
Oh, it's so much bigger. This is so much nicer. But it won't help perishables, will it?
No, so we should only put stuff that's non-perishable but radioactive. So I'll put the power cells in there. Do we have any, like, peccary skulls? No, okay. Alright, power cells are in. Cool. That should keep us from throwing up a whole bunch.
Was anybody going to make the transmogrifier file? I'm kind of curious what that does.
It seems interesting. I actually don't know what it does.
Might as well. I mean, we kind of have access to a lot of power things now. We can. I think we can start having a little more fun.
We should also make a hacking tool.
Yeah, we were gonna, but we don't really have the stuff for it yet.
I know we're fine on water. I don't know what I was talking about.
Oh. It's weird. I'm trying to think of what all we got done. We kind of just try to get our friends set up, but then we've broken into a new area. You know, good stuff is happening. I wish this, like, showed you how charged stuff was.
Would anyone get mad if I made a transmogrifier file?
I wouldn't. I don't think we have anything that's, like... Again, we can get all this stuff pretty quickly. I can't wait to try this new shotgun. Need one magazine. One magazine, please. Can we upgrade this anymore? Still don't have medkits. Ooh! We can almost reinforce the bench. Oh, I like watching the little portal go off when you're using it.
We need more anomalies. Do we still have any of those?
No, we need a bunch of things for them.
The anomalies decay pretty quickly, so we gotta like grab a couple at night and then make stuff.
You only need test tubes to get those, right? Right?
Yeah,
you
just
need
test
tubes
tubes.
in your inventory. It's literally just like Ocarina of Time.
It looks like you get the test tubes back when they decay too, because those summon the fridge.
Oh, good.
That's right.
Oh.
But it's only noon.
Yeah,
Probably won't be able to get that tonight.
God, I wish I could. What strength do you have to be at to do this?
There's a skill for it. It's 5.
5? I've almost got 4. Are you able to climb the ropes yet?
No.
Still no, huh?
This is actually kind of a pretty good slow way to farm metal, because every time you drink a soda, you get metal.
Yeah. Nice that we don't have to use money on these anymore. We can save our money for coffee and slushies.
Yeah.
Damn. I want to be walking around the moon looking for aliens to kill. Well, again, it is after 10. Like, do we have any like pressing stuff we want to do right now, or should we probably call it here?
No, I'm just shaking the machines.
Eclipse, do you know of like a cool thing we could do quickly at the point we're at, or this is a good place to stop?
I'm trying to think.
I mean, I don't want to call it here, but...
Yeah, but it's late. I can't keep going all night. I want to keep going too, especially because I feel like we didn't do that much today.
We're a little ways away from the next, like...
We activated the tram.
Thing.
Yeah, we got the tram, we went into a new area, but...
Yeah, there's not much that we could do that wouldn't take us, like, you know... delving deep.
Yeah.
I'm gonna run up to level 3 real quick.
Okay.
To see if I can find that fucking thing that I think I saw.
You know what?
Oh,
I
wait,
want
no,
to
I know
kill
what
some
you're
of this
talking about.
gun, so I'm gonna
You're
go to the data
absolutely
farm.
right. It's a controller. It's not a.
I'll come with you. I want to kill aliens.
Yeah, I know exactly what JD's talking about.
This whole time, it's been in my head, so I'm glad that you, like, remember now.
Oh wait, I have a trap out here. I totally forgot. Let's see if it didn't catch anything. I guess you really do have to lure them in. Come here.
I'm at the elevator. I'll wait for you if you're
Come here.
coming.
Okay.
Come here. Come on.
Is it level 2 or level 3? I don't actually remember.
I'm pretty sure it's level 3, or maybe on the way back down to 2.
How the hell do you... Oh, I caught it!
Yeah. Let me...
This is all...
I caught one up here, but I gotta feed it and...
Nice. Good job.
It'll just live in there for now.
Okay. Hello.
I hope those people in the Lambda lab can get this under control.
Take a suck.
No, wait.
What happened?
Oh, wait, did Caro call the
Oh, I
elevator?
think Caro called.
Hi. Can my buddy come? I got a buddy. He wants to come.
Hey, that's not... It's evil.
It's my new pet. See?
A nice thermal hammer.
Yeah, thermal. I'm really liking it.
I don't remember how you get the next spear.
Oh, we'll figure it out. We're oh, let me shoot him. I got him. That's nice. I like that.
That was a one-hit kill.
Nice. So it's like this way, maybe?
By the way, fun thing about the vacuum, you just suck these guys up.
Yeah, I honestly don't remember where this thing was.
I wanna shoot.
I think it might have been on the way back from Flathead.
Oh, my reload is so slow. Oh, there's like a big delay on that.
I remember climbing over the doorway.
Private note.
Because this area with the
It's
electricity is
undeniable
where you
that
wind up
operations
after
at
you plateau,
Cascade are
right?
being monitored by external forces. This much the Cascade Executive Committee have been permitted to know. Exactly who has been infiltrating our communications, and to what ends, remains unknown. Or rather, those who know refuse to say.
Over here.
I've been directed to tell my team that we are conducting some security drills, but the threat seems quite real.
It might have been level 2. I'm gonna go back to level 2. Where's the elevator?
Go.
I mean, there's the second route here that we can take.
I wonder if we can use that pickaxe to make anything. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. You want to shoot it? Get that shooting skill up?
Trying.
Yeah, it might be better to shoot bigger enemies. Yeah. Lead vest, tech scrap. I mean, why not? Have I seen this terminal? What do I have? Ooh. Y'all find the thing you were looking for?
Yeah, we're also thinking about, there's kind of a cool room up here. That
Oh,
might
can you
be
ping?
interesting to move to.
Can you ping so I can find y'all? Oh shit, how do I get over there?
It's on floor 2.
If you go the path to the manufacturing, let me see if I can find the best way to guide you to this.
Yeah, hang on. I'm in the hallway with all the water.
Do you remember where we got that first security pistol? Kara?
Was that in the security room with the guy?
No.
I don't really remember. It's hard to keep some of these areas here. Oh god, don't go in there. Don't go in there. Oh, that's a lift. Okay. I thought that was a pit. Oh, hold on. I can get you a splint.
On the way to manufacturing, that's all still on the right.
Ellie, let me get you splinted up. There you go.
Wait, Kara.
Oh.
Look. Up here.
Oh, up there.
Look at me.
I see you. I'm
Through
coming.
the glass.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't even see that you could see from here.
Yeah. Hi.
Oh, this area.
I'm kind of this would kind of be a cute base.
It would. It's nice.
There's this random woman here.
That's fine. She.
Oh, I'm staying right here. Anything
Or
else
guy,
is crazy.
sorry.
If the
There's
portal
good
system
power
is
here, too.
malfunctioning, there's no telling
Was there
what
another
could have
character
found
with
its way
this
into the
person?
facility.
Power here.
They must have moved.
There's shutters. We need to like.
Oh yeah, this is where we found the pistol, and there's bullets here. Oh, that's 8 bullets. Holy shit. Here you go. Hey, I found more bullets.
Yeah.
Everyone doubted me when I talked about the doll that needed to be plugged into.
I mean, didn't we already? Haven't we been here already, or?
Discovery. Also, not
Yeah. But the thing that actually we discovered because of JD's insistence is this.
Oh,
which
what is?
would be awesome to have as like a security thing.
It is good. There's a free screwdriver. Oh, we can't take that. It's not real.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I mean, this is. There's an abstract square painting. Like,
Yeah, and we have a bunch of people, so we could just like cart stuff up here.
That's true.
You know, whenever we
Well, that.
The literal cult we could put stuff on. To
But then, like, how close are we to the tram? Like, what's the fastest we can get to the tram from here?
Well, so we can go straight to manufacturing and then down the stairs, and we'll be at the tram.
Oh, this goes to manufacturing.
From this location.
Yeah, then you take a left here.
Take a left here. Oh yeah, and this goes all the way. There's manufacturing.
Oh yeah, you can
Yeah,
go
so
this way,
straight
and that
entrance
goes
to
to the left,
manufacturing.
right, that loops back into the same room.
And then
Okay.
we're back in here.
Can we drive the forklift onto the tram and bring it in here? Or find some path to get the forklift out here?
The forklift can go through... The forklift is intentionally... So actually, if we go here, this area... This is forklift road.
Oh, okay, cool.
Like,
so
this
we
is
could.
pavement.
See, this is something those other like survival games don't have. Is like a bunch of vehicles to help you move your shit.
Yeah.
I think we also get like
And
portals
this
and shit
elevator
later.
in the manufacturing does also lead just straight back to the.
I kind of, you know, I do kind of like. This is a fun
7 Days to Die
area.
has that, but whatever.
That's true. 7 Days to Die is awesome.
Well, 7 Days to Die is like a big fucking open world.
Yeah.
This is
Yeah,
nice.
I mean, I guess it also has the build stuff that does loop back around.
Where would our bedroom? Now, hold on. Where's this go? This is the. We got a bathroom in here. Okay, that's good. This goes.
Okay. Yeah, this is great for storage because all these levels we can use.
We can put.
Yeah, well, they're kind of small.
Yeah, we can make like better storage things ourselves. But this would be. Should this be the bedroom? Like, should we tear these benches out and make this a bedroom? Or that's the issue. Where's everyone sleeping?
I was gonna say, yeah, the issue is like, what solution do we want to keep and what do we want to just blow up?
Yeah.
There isn't like. The
There's also
most.
the, yeah, this place up here.
Oh yeah, this would be perfect for like a bedroom or something.
Yeah. a little shooting range bedroom.
Yeah. Well, while everyone's sleeping, someone else can have target practice.
Yeah.
All right. Well.
Wait, can I like?
And there's a hole in the floor where we can escape if we need to. There's a karate helmet. Wait, are you breaking these or?
No, I'm making a smiley face.
Oh, I see.
On the other side.
That's cute. Well, it shows on both sides. That's great.
Yeah, I don't know why.
Well,
I guess it does kind of make
because
sense.
it's thin, I guess.
You're stabbing all
Yeah.
the way through.
Well,
Yeah.
There's some pins on the floor.
There's so much power here too. There's so many little power outlets.
This puts us closer to the new area. I think it's a good idea. You know
Wait a
what?
minute.
You got. I agree.
I just realized something. This is a zip line.
What?
Holy shit.
There's a zip line? Oh my god. Into the dumpster.
That's awesome.
What the fuck? That's so cool.
And if we put a platform on top of the dumpster, it'll be like even more efficient.
We gotta, yeah. We're moving here. That's the project for next time. Do it! Zip line. Oh no! No!
No! You're supposed to press E on the zip line.
Oh no!
Crap! Oh no! Horror, terrifying.
Oh no! Let's let Melody get her stuff back, and then we'll call it. But let's finish the night like in there, so we remember for sure next time.
Yeah, our little security panopticon.
So JD, show me exactly, JD, what was the thing that we hadn't opened that you remembered?
We had to slot in this thing.
Yeah, so we could activate the.
Oh,
shutters.
what is that you put in there?
It was a controller.
Oh, okay.
Controller, that's what it was.
I see. Okay. Yeah. God, there's so
I
many
was gonna
shortcuts.
say, technically we could put beds and stuff out here too, but then that would be outside the shuttles, I suppose. Well,
Like,
maybe
imagine we
even
get
this little...
We got a thing
Honestly,
like, you know,
this
the
would
air
be a
feels cold tonight, and we just
Oh, yeah?
put this down. Like, that's awesome.
There's just nothing that can come in from the front. Crafting
we
stuff
can
can
shoot
go
through.
right in the middle, you know? We can... This could be like a farm or something, or a kit. We could do kitchen stuff back here.
We can. I would assume that we could.
Nah.
Now, is this glass? Can we break this? No. Okay, that's fine.
Well, I think it is glass, but it's not breakable, so that's also
Okay.
good.
Julie, do you need help finding your way back to your... Oh, wait, I think I just saw you.
Hello.
There you are.
Ah, hello, ladies. It's good to see you.
When did they say that?
That's in,
Decay.
like the PlayStation version, I think?
I still want to... I want to play through that one day with somebody. I want to do Decay. This zipline is so fucking sick.
A Half-Life PlayStation called Pervert's Paradise, where they say that.
Half-Life Extreme Desert Volleyball.
Yeah.
All right, well, yeah, I think let's all meet up in the control room with this. I guess this person is just going to be living on our floor.
Oh, there's a coffee maker too.
Yeah, we have a coffee maker. The only thing we know we have vending machines. We'll just need to set up a good cooking, a good power system and.
Yeah.
Everyone.
Look at, there's all these like little power nodes in this place.
Let's all gather. Let's all gather.
Locate a rest room.
There's power. Where else
We
is
really
power?
got all we need.
It's got a bathroom.
We should find a good spot to set up. I guess the crafting stuff could be like right here.
Yeah.
We probably want to make sure.
crafting right
Hey,
next to storage.
I don't know if this is breakable or not. We want to be careful not to break this if it is.
I don't think it is. Yeah, no,
I
it's
don't
not.
think
It would show the visual effect.
Oh, you're right. Okay. Well, this was a fun session. I'm glad we, well, I don't think we did as much as we could have. We got into the new area. We got like a bunch of new gear. We've got our new place we're gonna move into next time. Like a good little fun project. Good excuse to use a bunch of the tools they give you to move shit around. I see you.
The problem is, as well, next time you play this, if you want to move everything here, that will probably be a stream in and of itself.
Then that can be a stream.
Yeah.
Which I'm fine with, but
That's fine. We
delay progress a little bit.
No, we do it. We do it. We ball.
Where does this event lead from? Wait, is that breakable?
All right. Well, I'm gonna end the thing. Does anyone have anything they need to do, or am I good to save and close the server?
I'm good.
Everybody good?
I'm good.
Okay.
Yay.
Melody, you good?
Yeah.
Okay. Force world save. Here we go. I'm closing it. Goodbye. Goodbye, science. I'm gonna wave. I'm gonna wave goodbye to my friends. Goodbye. All right. Well, that was a lot of fun.
I'm glad I managed to fix.
Sorry?
I'm glad that I managed to fix my problems.
Oh yeah.
Did you actually figure out what it was?
I'm getting a new power supply unit, and also I am playing Abiotic Factor on low settings.
Well, at least it's working. Hopefully by next time we play, this will all be good. I'm looking forward to moving into that thing. Maybe we could do that like offline or do a bonus stream. I don't know. We'll see.
We could probably do that offline, honestly.
I don't know. People might want to see that though. Like we'll busting out the carts and the forklift and everything.
That's true.
But yeah, that's a lot of fun.
Also,
Glad
yeah,
we got to.
we're getting kind of only a little bit EA games, so that's.
Yeah, I'm glad we got to play with Melody and Grief for the first time. It was cool. Yeah, this was fun. Let me shout everybody out. Shout out.
That's true. I should also do that.
JD. Shout out. All these names are also in the title.
I need to mute my sound
Melody.
while I type in the shoutouts.
I gotta do Eclipse again. I did it too fast. And shout out Grief. Go follow all of them if you aren't already. Thanks to Addie and Courtney for the subs. Thanks to Nonstick Pan for the follow. If you want to see the other VODs from this or any other stuff I've been doing, exclamation point YouTube. Look at the link in chat. Exclamation point Discord if you want to join the Discord and scream at me about other stuff I should play. But Thursday, I think I'm going to if I get my copy, Thousand Year Door remake. Gonna start a playthrough of that. Very, very looking forward to it. Maybe the first time I'll be playing a Mario game on stream, despite my fucking Soda being a Koopa, which is insane.
Yahoo!
Let me do a full shout out for Melody, because Melody, tomorrow you're doing EDF, right?
Yeah.
EDF 4?
It is tomorrow, isn't it?
I might be on that for a little bit. You still doing the
I
randomized?
will also be though, right?
Are you still doing the randomized class stuff?
Probably not.
Probably
unless
not.
people pay me money.
Well, EDF 4 is always
we're all gonna pick classes because we need to have like we each pick 2 classes to play, and then that way people don't have to level up 4 characters.
Yeah. If you want to see more EDF with me and Melody and Eclipse, that YouTube channel, there's 2 full playthroughs. Soon gonna be a 3rd in a couple months, or at least starting in a couple months. As soon as EDF 6 drops, which I can't wait. I can't wait. It's gonna be beautiful. It's gonna be wonderful. Well, I don't know if there's anything else. I don't know, anyone got anything to fucking plug?
Keep an eye out for the digital version of Biotraffication.
Oh yeah,
next month.
It's coming along. I saw the Kickstarter update.
Yeah, keep an eye out, okay?
All eyes peeled. I can't think of anything else.
I don't have anything to plug except that I stream on
You're
Tuesdays
streaming
and Thursdays and Sundays.
every day. Devil May Cry 1, Dante Must Die mode.
I already did Devil May Cry 1.
You did.
No, this Thursday I'm probably gonna do like fucking GeoGuessr and shit like that.
Hell yeah, just some fucking chill shit.
It's not something that I usually do, but it seems like it'll be fun to just hang out.
Wait, hold on. Is someone streaming Devil May Cry 1?
Is someone streaming Devil May Cry 1?
I think someone might be. I think I might have someone. I was like, who are we gonna raid? I think someone is streaming Devil May Cry 1.
Why?
You told me.
As someone who streamed Devil May Cry 1.
You also told me that you're like, that was miserable to play through. I look back on it fondly. Because it's kind of weird and cool, and it has the Resident Evil DNA in it in an interesting way. Mainly the aesthetic. Oh my god, yeah, they're playing Devil May Cry 1. But I also have someone I've never get to raid. That's tough.
Pick one.
I want to pick the smaller one that I never get to raid. I have to. Alright. I don't know what the raid phrase would be.
I loaded up People Mold again, but I can go ahead and...
I'm raiding Multi-Tap Mugen. Thank you so much, everyone, for coming out. Thanks to my friends for being on. JD, I don't know if you want to raid the same person as me this time or not.
I mean, I can. I could also probably. I could.
You just want to keep going
for a couple hours, honestly.
I could have raided you. Well, I've already started this raid.
Yeah, that's fine.
I would feel.
Yeah, should I raid too, or should I keep going for another couple hours?
I'm gonna go ahead and end because I gotta start getting ready for bed. Thanks so much, everyone, for coming out. Have a wonderful time.
Bye. Good night.
Goodbye. Good night.